Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. Good morning to those joining us through the digital gallery this morning. It's my privilege to declare the ordinary meeting of the 17th of August open. In doing so, I would pause and acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and also of the lands that form the footprint for our great region. In doing so, I pay respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, and continue to congratulate them on their nurture of their culture. Councillors, I note a full attendance of councillors today and a full attendance of the CEO and the executive team. Therefore, there are no apologies. Brings me to item 4 on our agenda for prayers, and it's a joy to welcome Reverend George Tully from Uniting Church Harrisville to lead us in prayers. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Trust that you're all well.
Indeed. We look forward to you sharing with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been reading a book recently entitled The Decadent Society. And that bloke says that we began to go backwards as developed communities about 1998. That was received so far as development, so far as exploration, so far as family income concerned. And he said that we became so used to our own importance and our own ability to do things that we just lost sight of the real picture. And I think that's a good thing. And most importantly, as you're making decisions, thrilled that we have the opportunity of leading you in prayer and the realisation that we need guidance in the decisions that we make. Let us pray. Father, thank you that we are able to pause at this moment, accept that we are human. We're in need of a strength greater than ours. May your blessing be upon the mayor and the councillors as they proceed to make decisions for that whole council area and maybe even beyond. We say thank you for the leadership that you give through Jesus Christ our Saviour. Amen. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you indeed, Reverend. It's a joy that we continue to have the support across our Christian leaders. We value the role you play in community, particularly at times of uncertainty. It's a priceless part of our community. You are welcome to continue to join us through the digital gallery if you so desire, but I also understand you have duties to deal with, and we would respect if you choose not to continue. But thank you again for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Councillors, we move to item 5 on our agenda, the declaration of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest. Are there any to declare for the agenda before us today? I take silence indicating no. Item 6, announcements, mayoral minutes. Councillors, I would hand to the GM of People and Strategy to bring one announcement to our attention.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors and those listening in the digital gallery. This morning I'm very pleased and proud to announce that recently Scenicrim Regional Council was a finalist in the Queensland Training Awards in the category of Southeast Region Large Employer of the Year. Now, in that, we were the only local government finalist and pitched against a number of large, very large private sector organisations. So it's an amazing achievement for us to have been included as a finalist in those awards.
Thank you, and that is a pleasing announcement, and also a congratulations to the workforce, but also the recognition of that ongoing investment in the quality of our workforce is important for the service delivery that we seek to achieve. Move to item 7, councillors, and I turn to Councillor West to present a petition.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning to you all. Look, I have a petition to present this morning to the Scenicrim Council from Beachfront Area Progress Association, otherwise known as BAPA. The wording is, the liquor licence for the Headmaster's Cafe has already been granted by the State Government's Office of Liquor and Gaming. It is issued to the landowner, in this case the Scenicrim Council, which needs to give its agreement for BAPA to hold it for the cafe. We, the undersigned members of the Beachfront community and its friends, feel that the possibility of enjoying a glass of wine or a beer with our lunch or dinner would be a great improvement to the Headmaster's Cafe and would also be a significant asset to our community. We urge Council to expedite its approval. May I now move that the petition be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration and a report to be presented at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Need a seconder for that. Councillor McConnell. It's not appropriate for petition to start discussing the merits or otherwise, but note that proposal. Is there anything you particularly want to say in terms of the motion, not the petition?
Thank you, Mayor.
And councillors, we have a motion there to receive and refer. Those, as per the wording on your screens, those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 8, and councillors, you have the minutes of the ordinary meeting from the 3rd of August, which was completed yesterday as the resumption of the adjourned meeting, and you've had those available briefly overnight. The recommendation before us is for the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 3rd of August to be adopted. I seek a mover. Councillor West. Any questions to those minutes? No, I seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Any desire to speak?
No, thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak? Additionally, those in favour of that adoption? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. There's no business before us today arising from those minutes. So we move to item 10 and we commence with item 10.1. And GM People and Strategy, we turn to you to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I am pleased to present today to you the Q4 report against the Operational Plan 2021. The report, I will take a couple of moments to just highlight some significant achievements of the quarter. In Q4, the Waste Management and Resource Recovery Strategy 2021 to 2026 was adopted by Council on the 22nd of June. As part of implementation of that strategy, plans are in place to increase resource recovery and services to the community. Investigation of available technologies will also occur. Council's commitment to supporting the local economy has continued to exceed targets, with 38% of Council's contestable operational expenditure procured locally. This is well above the 25% target for the quarter, and very pleasing results for the local economy. At a more macro level, Council's work to support economic development across the region has continued this quarter, with economic modelling indicating a 25-to-1 ratio of benefit generated by Council's support of local events, equating to a modelled economic impact of $2.7 million. The delivery of strategic projects under Council's vibrant and active towns and villages was boosted in Q4, with more than double the targeted number of projects delivered as a result of external funding. It's also worth noting that Council successfully secured a $2.142 million in funding for refurbishment and service upgrade for the Tambourine Mountain Library. Councillors, take the report as read and happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillors, questions for the report before you? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions, I've got a number of questions, I think 6 in total. My reference point for those who are listening is page 4 of the attachment in the executive summary. My first question, which is on page 4, relates to the spectacular scenery and healthy environment theme and refers to the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium. My question is, how does this project deliver improved bushfire resilience?
Question, Councillor Enright. I will pass to the General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity, to respond.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. The workshops and information nights that the officers have been running to improve resilience has primarily focused on education and engagement. We've seen wonderful success in community members attending those nights and listen to a variety of land managers and stakeholders speak about fire management. A series of presentations are provided to inform the community regarding fire management activities on public lands, on bushfire preparedness and fire management and biodiversity conservation issues. We've seen this as a great opportunity for community members to speak with land managers and their local brigade to make connections, and that can assist in improving their understanding of the local landscape. And in the past, this has been a great opportunity for our council officers to be able to discuss specific issues with the landowners that adjoin public lands and to work on solutions that better support the landholders. It's pleasing to see that following the information nights that we've been holding, many participants have chosen to sign up for property management planning workshops, and that's a full-day workshop that assists the landowners with evidence-based information on fire management to prepare a bushfire management plan, and each of the attendee leaves the workshop with a tailored plan for their property, which they can implement and also have a better general understanding of fire management on their own property. It's also an opportunity for community members to connect and talk about past fire events and collectively prepare for any future events. God willing, we don't have many of those.
Thank you, GM.
Thank you. Councillor, continue.
Thank you. Under the next theme of sustainable and prosperous economy, in particular reference to the agribusiness and agri-tourism industry development program, how will this program provide benefits for our agricultural industry?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. The agribusiness and agri-tourism program, as councillors would be aware, this is an industry development program that has been primarily grant funded, and the team has been very successful in gaining a number of phases for delivery in that project. The agribusiness and agritourism sector roadmap and strategic plan, as referenced in the report you're referring to, is designed to help guide and drive growth and innovation in these critical sectors for the region. For the region's producers and operators, it will help provide information and opportunity around diversification, valuating and innovation, and in doing so encouraging resilience and ongoing sustainability. It is designed to incorporate insights gained from extensive consultation with industry, and I can confirm that has been occurring, and was recently briefed to council the types of activities and the people that have been engaged in that targeted first phase of consultation. And that it will be used to identify potential projects that could act as catalysts to drive growth and highlight ways in which producers and operators can tap into the new markets and other opportunities that may present them. It also works to identify impediments impacting optimal business growth, innovation and diversification, and the team is working with a range of specialist skills in order to deliver this project. I think it's also worthy, Councillor, to mention the recent article that featured in the Road Ahead magazine in the August-September 2021 edition, where agritourism the headline was "Bumper Forecast that Queensland's developing agritourism sector and experience unprecedented demand." And I think council should be congratulated for being ahead of the bell curve on having worked with our agri sector now for over some 10 years to drive this type of diversification. And it's pleasing to see that a number of our properties are focused, are called out in this article. So I commend that reading to you.
Thank you. Councillor Enright again.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jim. Totally agree with those comments. My next question, also on page 4, refers to open and responsive government, and particularly in reference to the Community and Stakeholder Engagement Officer. What will be the role and responsibilities of this officer?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Enhancing our community engagement through properly resourcing council with the new Community and Stakeholder Engagement Officer, a repurposed role within the organisation, and to have the appropriate online tools are both outcomes of the communication strategy that council adopted late last year. As an initial priority, the Community and Stakeholder Engagement Officer will review and has reviewed our community engagement framework that council drafted as a part of developing the communication strategy, and that will be presented to council for consideration shortly. We are trying to achieve a much more consistent framework in our approach to community engagement across the organisation within all of our communities. And while initially there will be some focus of that officer on the assets and environmental sustainability projects as a first priority, given the scale of some of those projects that are currently underway, the officer will work across other areas within council to support the development of community engagement that is genuine and that continues our commitment to transparency, as well as providing advice to teams and implementing other tools and processes for council. And it's pleasing that the online tool that council will put in place is expected to be operational in the early part of 2022.
Thank you. Councillor Enright, you.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, next question relates to relaxed living and rural lifestyle theme, and particularly in relation to Tambourine Mountain Library securing the external grant. What improvements to the existing library service can the community expect to see with this refurbishment and upgrade?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Without preempting the thorough community engagement that we anticipate delivering as a part of this project, and I am aware that officers are currently drafting and preparing that to go out to the community and to specific targeted library users, there are a range of improvements that we would expect a refurbished and upgraded library could deliver. And like I said, this is not preempting the community discussion and potential outcomes. We've been aware for some time that there's a lack of meeting room space, smaller intimate spaces where people can seek advice from our allied services, such as many community organisations that provide respite and mental health and counselling services in the community. We anticipate there could be space to store local history resources. We would certainly anticipate increased space for more public computers and better technology access points. We would anticipate that we'll be able to run more activities for with more participants, as currently there are space restriction limits within at what we can run, the types of activities and the size of groups that we can currently accommodate in our current library. We would anticipate that we could even look to running some movies within the library, to have movie clubs running during school holidays, that there could be some improved outdoor space for outdoor activities to happen. We would anticipate that there would be an ability to grow a much larger area for children's resources and activities, as we're currently very aware of the restricted children's area in the current library. And the current library doesn't have room for running craft events or other access to water-based play for kids in the kids' activities that the library attempts to operate during school holidays. And there, you know, overall, we know that the library is very cramped, and we also would anticipate that there would be an increase in the library, the physical library collection, and the number of books that we'd be able to hold. So as you can imagine, Councillor, extensive communication, community engagement will need to occur for us to actually finalise any inputs into the concept designs that will be developed as a part of this project. And I might add, that has been grant funded.
Councillor Enright?
Mayor, I've got two more questions. You happy for me to proceed in this
Continue,
format?
I think, with a few others, then we'll...
Yep. So on to page 5, my reference is the Vibrant and Active Towns and Villages theme, with particular reference to the Bowie Hub outcomes. What have been the highlights, learnings and outcomes from the Bowie Hub activation?
Thanks, Councillor Enright, for your question. In this case, I'll pass on to the General Manager, Asset and Environment.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Caroline, for introducing. The highlights, the teams that were involved in that actually basically were really enthused by the level of involvement of the stakeholders in the community that entered or were involved in the Bowie Hub. I'll give you a bit of a summary of what the Bowie Hub was about. For those of you that may not have been aware, there was a setup in a vacant shop front across from the council building here. It was open for approximately 19 weeks. A total of 26 community group and public sessions were held, ranging from Indigenous engagement sessions, community group workshops, community engagement activities, and meet the designer sessions. There are also one-on-one sessions with affected stakeholders or businesses within the precinct. Also, the actual hub itself was open to members of the public. There are over 150 members of the public took the opportunity to actually enter through the site, of which approximately 80 of those provided feedback, which was welcomed by the staff involved in the delivery of the project. As far as highlights, it really highlights the fact that we have a number of tools in our armoury now to actually be able to engage with the public and provide information around how we're about to deliver a project of this magnitude. It's also worth noting that we have a fly-through on our website, and at this stage, or up until yesterday, we've had over 1,100 views of that fly-through, with 81 individual subscribers to any updates that occur on that. So I think overall, 100% of the people that went through found it of benefit. Not everybody was actually agreeing to elements of what was actually within or contained within what is proposed in the Bay Desert Town Centre revitalisation. However, it was certainly gave people the opportunity to feel heard about the project and to put forward impediments that they may see within what is planned for that precinct. So, look, all in all, I think it is another great communication tool for any project of that nature.
Thank you, GM. That's very enlightening. My final question refers to the Healthy, Engaged and Resourceful Communities theme with reference to the Story Trails Markers project. Can you please outline the purpose and benefits of this project?
Thanks, Councillor Enright. I'll again pass to the General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity to respond to your question.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. The Story Trails Marker project is aimed at celebrating our history, and Identify the Story Marker project has collected over 800 significant stories from across the Scenic Rim. These stories have been collected from Scenicrim Heritage Network, which is made up of all of the local museums in the Scenic Rim, genealogical and historical societies, RSLs, Museum of Military Intelligence, the Queensland Country Museum Network, Indigenous elders and communities, and the Scenic Rim Riders Group, as well as local, state and national heritage registers and places of interest have also informed the project. Considerable consultations taken place with community stakeholders to collect and verify stories, and these stories will be accompanied by updated current and historical photos of the sites related to the stories and will be uploaded to an online trail which is currently under development. The stories are based around 5 heritage themes of environmental heritage, Indigenous heritage, pioneer heritage, the modern world of 1900 to 1945, and contemporary stories from 1946 to today. In some cases, we'll be able to link the stories to recorded oral histories and even to film footage through the website and QR codes, and in time with new technologies such as augmented reality. The stories so far collected are being prioritised with regard to access to sites, significance of the story and links to museum collections. And the markers will also link to storyboards already installed in Boona and on Tamboree Mountain, for example. The markers are currently being designed that will be fabricated by local suppliers, and these markers will be selected for the site and story suitability from a number of lists that we have gathered together. The marker designs and fabrication has been a little bit delayed due to some of the influences from COVID-19 and shortages of access to materials and services, but we're hoping to get that back on track shortly. And the next step is for the development of prototypes that will be presented to further meetings of council. It's pleasing to see that we've been able to gather the 800 stories and preserve them in accordance with their significance and for many generations to come.
Thank you to all of the GMs for their input and answers to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions to this report? Okay. Thank you, councillors. There's obviously a lot of information through there, and also worth noting again at the end of the report, not just the project focused reports, but also the ongoing service delivery reports, which continue to highlight the breadth and depth and set of challenges that officers deal with on a regular basis. If there are no further questions, GM, would you kindly introduce the recommendation for item 10.1?
Certainly, thank you, Mayor. The recommendation for this item is that Council adopts amendments to the Operational Plan 2021 as contained within the draft Operational Plan 2021 Q4 Progress Report, and that Council endorses the Operational Plan 2021 Q4 Progress Report.
Councillors, I seek a mover. Councillor Enright, any additional questions, councillors? Any additional comment? If not, I'll seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor Enright, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor, and I think this is a very good opportunity to recognise the depth and breadth of the areas that our council delivers to our community. The idea of those 6 questions that I prepared was really to give a snapshot of some of the, just a small number of projects that may not be fully recognised by the wider community, of things that are happening in and around the region. I commend the organisation led by this council under the CEO's control, distributed to the roles and responsibilities of the general managers and through the entire organisation, that allows us to provide such a valued service to our community in such a wide depth and breadth of services and facilities for our region, and commend them for the achievements in this Q4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Really just to endorse Councillor Enright's comments, but also it has been a very successful quarter, but just to emphasise the fact that the exterior environment with the pandemic is very challenging. It has been very challenging for all, so this is even better results.
Anything to close? No? Then councillors, put the motion as in two parts as proposed by Councillor Enright. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.2 and we turn to the GM Customer and Regional Prosperity to introduce this on page 7 of your agendas, councillors.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, everyone listening online. I have in the room with me two officers, Deborah Moore and Kathy Forrest, who will speak to this report. This is an important opportunity. 10.2 relates to the Queensland Parliamentary Inquiry into Social Isolation and Loneliness, and this is a very timely opportunity for Council to make a submission to the Queensland Parliamentary Inquiry into this social isolation and loneliness. The closing date for submissions is looming. In fact, it's tomorrow. And so officers have worked diligently to pull a submission together. I'd like to hand over to Kathy Forrest, who's going to take us through, understanding that councillors have read the report, but just to provide a bit of insight into how this submission has been constructed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Morning, everybody. And you have the report in front of you. To step us through, basically back on the 27th of May 2021, the Minister for Communities and Housing, Minister for Digital Economy and Minister for the Arts, the Honourable Leanne Enoch, announced a parliamentary inquiry into social isolation and loneliness, and that was in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. So obviously there was enough going on in the community to warrant that being passed through to the Parliamentary Commission. So the Legislative Assembly agreed to the motion that the Community Support and Services Committee inquire into and report on social isolation and loneliness in Queensland. And I'm sure we would all agree we're all seeing the impacts of that in our local community. So we felt it was an important opportunity for us to provide a Scenicrim context. So as Deborah has mentioned, the closing date is tomorrow, so at least we had a time frame that we could work with so we could present this to council, because it does require resolution of council if we're putting this submission in on behalf of council. In front of you, you have the terms of reference. I won't mention all of those, but that's a standard. It's all available on the website, and the Minister's media announcement is also attached in your attachments. It mentions there just under the terms that an individual or organisation can make a submission, hence why we're asking this to be a council submission. We have a couple of key points in the report just to, again, provide some context. Social isolation and loneliness have a significant impact on the physical and mental health and well-being of many people, and we've been able to source a lot of this information from credible sources, including the Australian Institute of Health and Wellbeing. Another statement around social isolation and loneliness, an important one here, is not just an older person's issue. Older people have certainly been identified as a vulnerable group, but it can also impact people with a disability and their carers, people with mental illness, and even young people, which is another cohort that people tend to overlook. And as you all know, as humans, we're essentially social animals, so loneliness is thought to arise because an innate need to belong to a group is unmet. We've listed some other key points there, and this is actually in the submission. You have the submission attached, so we've pulled out a couple of key points to the report saying we know loneliness signals a need to form a meaningful connection with others, and again we've sourced that from the Australian Psychological Society. Everyone has a role to play in addressing these issues, including all levels of government, service providers, agencies, peak bodies, businesses and the broader community. it's important to note that the contributing factors are complex and it needs a whole of community response. We've pointed out in the report that our submission is framed around those terms of reference, so we've aligned to all of those dot points you have in the report around protective factors and highlighting the causes and drivers of social isolation. And then as we move through the report, we did seek some feedback from the broader community. So in the lead up to this presentation, we asked a couple of our key groups. We just basically went out to the broader stakeholder group, and we got some good feedback from them, because it was important to, for those particularly that work in the vulnerable space, they have lived experience. So feedback gathered for the submission process is also providing valuable information for the development of the new Scenicrim Community and Culture Strategy. As you know, we're working towards that strategy. And we're hoping to finalise that over the coming months, but it's still timely to be looking at social isolation, because that's one of our key areas of programming within community development, cultural and libraries. And as you can see there, one of the key objectives of the strategy is to encourage Scenicrim communities to be more inclusive, welcoming, resilient and more connected. So that clearly aligns with this project and the inquiry's terms of reference. We've also mentioned in this report that Council was successful in securing one-off funding from Queensland Health for the Localized mental health outreach program. And a key outcome of this program is to engage with residents in rural and more isolated communities by offering a way to connect with council and other essential services in a positive, safe and friendly environment. And the long-term objective of that is to connect vulnerable members of the community to key services and positive experiences. And again, you have that in your attachments. And it just highlights there that social isolation has been identified by Queensland Health, a number of peak bodies and the Australian Government as a key risk factor which can lead to a more serious mental and physical health issues. We've covered off on the budget and financial implications there by mentioning that Council already delivers a number of community development, cultural and library programs and activities which we all know go a long way to addressing social isolation and loneliness within our existing operational programming and budgets. We've highlighted there again the Queensland Health funding of $75,000 to deliver the Localised mental health outreach program. And we're just pointing out that it's anticipated that outcomes from this inquiry will validate Council's investment in existing community and culture programs, but also we're hoping that the Parliamentary Committee's findings will provide important data and information to perhaps improve future programming and/or our budget considerations. And just a closing point, again, you've got all the attachments, you've got a copy of the content of this report is in the submission, but we just want to point out that local government has an important role to play in addressing social isolation, and clearly that's why the Parliamentary Committee has written to all local governments. It's the only level of government at that grassroots level to deliver targeted and place-based initiatives. Overwhelmingly, when you read through the comments we've got from the stakeholders, the evidence and feedback from the Scenicrim community is that programs need to be place-based, accessible and inclusive. And the feedback also tells us that existing place-based community and culture programs are valued and that social connections are vitally important, even when we have access to new technologies. It doesn't mean that local government has to take on the lion's share. We're just wanting to highlight that all levels of government need to address these issues collaboratively and work within a strengths-based and asset-based framework. And obviously a place-based, not a top-down or one-size-fits-all approach is critical. I'm happy to answer any questions, any specific comments within the attachments.
So, councillors, any questions to the report before you today? For clarification first. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor. Kathy, I just wondered what your expectations were and were they when you went and spoke to different groups and no doubt individuals. I don't think we've got a big problem myself here. Yeah, no doubt it's quite different. Yeah, there are some instances in bigger towns and wider areas. I think it's more prevalent, but I'm interested in your findings, what you personally and what your team found in talking with individuals.
So we did use the terms of reference from the parliamentary inquiry to frame the questions to the community. And I guess there are parts of the community that do well, but anecdotally, we are hearing more and more of people being lonely in their homes. And it is a very hidden topic. It is a very difficult one to measure. And some people start to go down that slippery slope of social isolation, and it's not always noticeable in the beginning. And we also spoke with the likes of the social workers at the hospitals, and they are noticing as well because they often present to the hospital with other health conditions. But when you dig a bit deeper, there's social isolation and loneliness going on for that person. So we feel that we've got a framework in place, and the questions certainly garnered that information in the responses that we got from the likes of men's sheds and U3A. We had some really well-based community groups who work with, I guess, sometimes the older people in the community, and we certainly know men's sheds do a great job of engaging with gentlemen in the community and getting them to talk. But the evidence is overwhelming, and I think we need to be careful in a rural community that we don't assume that we know we have some good neighbourly supports, but even just within our own programming, we see it quite often that people are quite lonely. We talk to the likes of Fassburn Community Centre, Beaucare, it's certainly out there. It exists even in our rural communities.
Thank you. Further questions to the report, councillors? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Cathy, I just wondered, I noticed that Westmoreton Hospital and Health District were involved. Did Metro South get involved in this at all, or are they doing?
Metro South didn't do this body of work specifically. Westmoreton chose that as a topic based on some of the, I guess, presentations through the Westmoreton Hospital. It's not to say it wouldn't be happening, but they actually used a lot of our social plan and health and wellbeing plan data to look at what was going on in the Scenicrim. So at least we can take some credit in knowing that a lot of the work we've done previously was actually linking straight into those the Westmoreton's project. It's a decision they made as a Westmoreton Hospital and Health District, but it definitely gave us some really good data. We're not quite sure where their project is at the moment, but we've got the findings from some of those initial discussions. So I guess this would give us an opportunity, and as we always would do, we're talking to Brisbane South Primary Health Network all the time. And we're also talking to Gold Coast Primary Health Network as well. So it's just that Westmoreton made the decision to put this front and centre for some of the work they were doing within the loneliness space.
Thank you. Thank you, Cathy.
Thank you. Further questions for this report, councillors? Councillor Enright.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Cathy, would you mind expanding on the term a place-based, not a top-down or one-size-fits-all approach is critical?
That's basically making sure we work with the local community right here in this community, and I guess sometimes some of the state and federal programs are well-intentioned, but I guess it's within your local community, you deliver it on the ground at a grassroots level. So it's making sure you consult with your local community, the outcomes are delivered here, and you're working alongside the community. You're not delivering for them, you're working with them. So it's very much within your local community.
And as an extension of that question, potentially could there be different requirements in different parts of the region? Because
absolutely, yes, good point, yes. So sometimes, and back to Councillor McInnes, some of your rural communities, there are some standout organisations who are doing some great work, and you'd highlight some of our men's sheds doing some really good work, and some parts of the region probably could learn from those. So yes, it's very much looking at those local communities and not assuming that one thing that rolls out in Coralban is going to be exactly the same for Canungra. They could be quite different.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Chalk, sorry, and then Councillor Swansea.
Yeah, thank you. This obviously comes at a cost to council. We've got officer hours. Is the state going to provide any funding streams going forward to, compensate for that cost?
You'd like to think this parliamentary inquiry will deliver on some of those. There's been some funding in the past. They did some age-friendly funding, which was a 3-year program prior to COVID, of course, and I think that's why they've made the decision to focus this more at a parliamentary level. It's potentially going to include funding for programming, which hopefully gives us the autonomy to make some decisions at that place-based level. The Queensland Health is obviously an example. That's the first time they've ever done this funding, and that actually back to Councillor West's point, it's Queensland Health as an organisation. We're not split across those 3 health districts. We actually can use that funding right across the region, and that's purely targeting social isolation and loneliness in that Queensland localised mental health outreach program. So we are seeing signs of it coming through, and you'd like to think that the parliamentary inquiry will, and will, I certainly think it will, it'll deliver some funding for programs to be delivered on the ground, because basically we've also got to stop those Queensland Health presentations and hospital presentations, because we're all seeing that within a medical model. And let's not undervalue the good work that's already being done at council's level already. Libraries bring people together, community groups, the community events, even if they have some restrictions, the community values them coming together. Some of the stuff we're already doing, it just might mean we need to look at them, constantly look at them and make sure that they're actually addressing social isolation. So I think it is a multi-pronged approach.
Thank you, Councillor Chop. Councillor Swanborough.
Thanks, Kathy. Kathy, I thought it was an excellent report, and it was very easy to read, and to me it just made sense. And I think that's what I really liked about it. It made some very interesting observations, which maybe one of them in particular you might like to comment on, and that is that just socialisation, does not necessarily mean that you're not isolated. And I thought that was a really strong point, which I reflected on. And I just wondered if you could just enlighten us a little bit more on your experience and what that means.
And that is a good point. And I guess that's the complexity of what you're dealing with. People can have a circle of friends and still be isolated, or they can not be on the vulnerable index in terms of income and be quite connected. They could have really good connections at home. So I think and in your community. So there is a lot of data within the report that talks about not making assumptions around social isolation, I think, and without, assuming everyone's role in the community. I think it's a really complex matter, and it's got to be approached with very respectfully and meaningfully in our programming. And I take your point, but it is quite complicated. You just got to be careful that we don't make assumptions around people that are in the community, that they're automatically connected. And again, it's a very hidden topic. Some people don't automatically identify, and often it does come to that medical model before we realise someone's often presenting either to their GP. And actually I think GPs play a really important role in this space too. They get to know that person really well, even if it is a medical process. They get to know that, and they can often ask questions at the individual level. But equally important, and there's some statistics that talks about young people with social media. They're engaging a lot more online now, and they're actually showing up in the report. And we've seen a report more recently around the Queensland government that young people are actually saying they feel quite isolated because all of their engaging is online. So that's another layer we need to look at, is how are communities wanting to engage. They can actually be quite isolated even within their own homes, and yet feel they've got all of this capacity to engage online through social media platforms.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, could I just have a comment, and interested in your views on it, Kathy? I know of a few people who deliberately isolate themselves, are quite happy in their own environment, and very introverted type of people, very happy in their own way too. And I don't know how many people are out like that, but I can think of two straight off and another person that I'd put in that same sort of category, and they would think, why, yeah, I'm happy doing what I'm doing. Sometimes we force things on people that I acknowledge a lot of good work that's being done, and some that need help, but sometimes we have to be a bit careful that those people are quite happy in their own way.
And that comes back to that place-based approach. Don't make assumptions about that person if they're happy, but equally it is nice just to check in. If you're aware of them, then I'm saying they're at least connected to you in some way, or somebody in the community. So there's a level of connection going on somewhere. And it's not about having 20 or 30 connections. It can be 1 or 2 meaningful connections. It could even just be family, if they've got a really good family connection within their local community. And that's why it's so complex. We don't want to make assumptions, and we certainly don't want to push an agenda onto anybody if they're quite happy. But let's not overlook those situations as well, and just making sure they're okay. And it could just be that check-in. If we do those outreach programs, they might want to come along and have a bit of a chat. If they don't, it could just be that we know that they're safe in their home. That's another important factor as well.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Swanborough, can you switch your microphone off? Just thank you. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Cathy. I agree with Councillor Swanborough. It's very easy to read. Point 5 or question 5, what can council do to address social isolation and loneliness? Across the whole document, I didn't see much to do with sports and sport and rec within our answers or what we can do. Can I have your thoughts on that?
And yes, we didn't drill into that level of detail. I guess we talked more about community development and events that bring community together, but you're making a very valid point. Sport overwhelmingly does connect the community. So I think we just need to remind ourselves that they do some good work already. It wasn't just about, again, council and the lion's share. The community do some really good work. I think we like to connect with the sporting clubs on a general level, rather than just in this point in isolation or social isolation or loneliness. I think we have a pretty good relationship with the sporting clubs, but I think we need to be careful. You're right, it's a good point to raise, that sport and recreation does do a lot of good work in the community, particularly for younger people. That's a cohort we see with good numbers, and even parents of those children have good connections. And I guess we were talking more broadly at that higher level. When we went out to the community groups, I guess we didn't get that direct feedback. Maybe they weren't looking at it with that lens, but we certainly wouldn't undervalue what that means in our local community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question of practicality and application. You know, as decision makers, and we sit around this table and we consider, you know, reports and things in isolation quite often, town planning, engineering, compliance, all sorts of things like that. But these social planning and the impacts that are talked about in this report really go across, you know, all of council operations. And not only that, as Cathy has said, they also extend across all levels of government. So they're very, very broad. My question is, as far as how we make decisions and how the council officers make decisions, is there an avenue that's available? Is there an avenue that's available for officers to feed into decisions that are made in other departments? So an assimilation of all the social planning that's required, say for instance in decisions about town planning. Do you have that ability to do that?
Councillor, I'll refer that back to the GM.
Thank you, Councillor. Officers make recommendations and decisions are made by council. For clarity, in terms of how the departments, the portfolios and then the business units are working across the organisation, I'd say there's very strong engagement, and that's been a very big focus under the refresh and refocus agenda of this organisation, to get better integration and to break down the silos across the organisation. I'd also say that on balance, all of the different disciplines and genres of business units across this organisation have very strong partnerships and relationships with their state government colleagues in those equivalent areas, like the communities, Department of Communities or Department of Planning or whatever. So I think we have really good working relationships, and it's evidenced by the detail in this submission today. This is about us trying to influence Parliament and influence the Queensland Government in their decisions, and as Cathy rightfully pointed out, in how they then allocate funding for future. I think the partnerships we've developed put us in a well-placed position to capitalise on that.
Thank you for that response. Further questions to the report, councillors? We've had a number of opportunities already taken to add commentary. Are there others who've been waiting to add commentary within process. Councillor Enright.
Mayor, I'd probably just...
Councillor Swanbrook, can we just because there's limited capacity, please?
Probably just like to add a comment that I think Council is very well placed to provide valued input into this parliamentary inquiry, both as a ground roots level of government, but also our extensive program that we deliver already in the community, Be Healthy and Active, our sports involvement, and also for our close engagement with many of our community groups. And you touched on a couple before, U3A, the men's shed, the groups in and around the community, the service communities. We do work very closely with them, and all credit to you for that linkage and the community development team. But I think we are very well placed to provide valued input. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor Swanbrook, did you wish to add a comment?
Yeah, just a comment, Mr. Mayor. I was in preparation for the meeting, I was reflecting on social planning, because not every council can afford to have a social planner, and many of them, probably most of them don't. The larger ones probably do. But I was somewhat heartened to read in our own planning scheme that there is a mention to social planning, and it has a place in the decisions that we make in relation to town planning. And the one reference that I came across in our planning scheme to that was in relation to retirement facilities and other similar high density residential developments, where they're established in localities that have access to an appropriate level of services and infrastructure to cater for the needs of the future residents of these facilities, and also to ensure that their scale and their intensity does not detrimentally impact the communities in which they are located. And the way that is mitigated is to require a social impact assessment to demonstrate the achievement of this outcome. And I thought that was very important when we make town planning decisions, that if there is a chance that we need to understand the social impacts, then we should require a proper assessment of this particular area to see that we're not going to create a problem for ourselves rather than solve a problem.
Councillors, any additional comments to the report of a clarification? Otherwise, I would just add a comment. It's a challenging submission to read. I think pages 14 and 15 of our report really encapsulate some of what the discussion's been, but to me, clearly isolation and loneliness are personal matters. They're not structural matters. They're very individual. So as you've already highlighted, I think it's we walk past someone and may not recognise that challenge because they don't disclose it very easily. So we shouldn't assume that just because people smile and walk by that they're okay. I think the second part of the challenge is really on page 14, highlights some of the things that people look to as solutions to help solve that, such as transport infrastructure, such as further programs and solutions that are requiring significant funding to achieve. We've been lobbying for, and it is a concern of what's within our capacity across such a distributed and diverse region. And it's really great that this submission might open the opportunity to access better understanding from a state level and perhaps a federal level, where the significant finances are available to deliver some more of these distributed needs. Any additional comment, councillors? If not, we'll move to the recommendation. Councillor Swanbrook, can I just ask you to turn the microphone off again? GM, would you please introduce the recommendation?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Our recommendation today is that 1, council endorse making a formal submission to the Queensland excuse me, parliamentary inquiry into social isolation and loneliness, noting the closing date for submissions is Wednesday, 18 August 2021. And 2, that Council acknowledge the Queensland Parliamentary Inquiry into Social Isolation and Loneliness is providing an important opportunity for individual members of the community, governments, service providers and businesses to contribute feedback as a whole of community response. And 3, that Council note details of the Queensland Parliamentary Inquiry were distributed by officers to local networks and service providers to encourage those who may wish to lodge a separate submission based on specific agency needs and experiences to do so directly.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor Swanborough. Any additional questions, councillors? I seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Swanborough, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I commend the recommendation. This is a growing concern in our society in which we live, and it is an area where we have great compassion, and also an area that requires great resources, and there may be a trade-off between what we would like to do and what we can actually afford to do, and I understand that. But however, having said that, the investment that we put into this particular area, has benefits for everyone. It has benefits because the society we live in is becoming more complex, and there is more social problems than ever as a result of all the issues that are raised in this report, and there are a lot of them. And it is in everybody's interests that this issue is addressed, because if we address these issues properly and solve some of these things, there's reduced cost in our health services. If we had a happiness index, we'd see that the population was more happy, but we can also see that the standard of living and reduced crime and other things actually increases for all of us. And so putting that into perspective, that's why this area interests me, and I think there's a lot of work we can do in it, and I commend this recommendation.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally to the motion? I would just speak additionally, supporting the recommendation, noting that this is a submission to a parliamentary inquiry rather than just a submission for council consideration, which is important. But in doing so, I commend to councillors that when you look at our both our community plan and our corporate plan, the aspects of social cohesion are strongly featured in our thinking about both the desire for our communities as well as our actions through our corporate plan for our communities. And I agree with Councillor Swanborough, our challenge is constantly the battle of affordability within our capacity and the ongoing contribution from other levels. I commend the recommendation that puts this submission into a process that can open the valve to allow the flow of support for our communities, whether that's to us or through other agencies. I really don't care so much as to ensure that those services and supports are available in our community where the need is by the right expertise. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Otherwise, Councillor Swanborough, you wish to close? You switch on there.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you. Those in favour of the motion, those in favour, it's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item, and thank you very much for the work on that to the officers and to those involved, and with the ongoing delivery of our own programs. Move to item 10.3. Councillors, that's page 68 of your agenda. And GM, we turn to you again.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Item 10.3 is in relation to Scenicrim Tourism Advisory Committee and the updates that we have regularly provided to councillors. It presents the previous minutes from meetings held from late last year through to the most recent meeting in May of this year, and outlines the deliberations of the Tourism Advisory Committee. I have with me Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications, Brenda Walker, and I understand Brenda's just going to talk us through this report today, and there's a couple of other matters that come from the deliberations of the TAC that we also wish to raise.
Thank you, Deborah. Good morning, councillors, executives and those listening online. As Deborah has just outlined, the Tourism Advisory Committee, which is a committee of council, since its inception has been meeting quarterly. The report that you are receiving today contains those minutes from the 26th of November and the 17th of May, as well as an update on the deliberations of the committee. As Deborah said, the TAC agenda has, for its duration, concentrated on issues and opportunities for the tourism industry in the region, and has also included updates from stakeholder organisations. We've included Destination Scenicrim, the Tambourine Mountain Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Brisbane Economic Development Agency, formerly known as Brisbane Marketing, and Tourism Events Queensland. The TAC has served a very important interface with industry, where they've been able to bring issues of concern and relevance to council, and we've been able to share information back as a two-way street. As I've presented to this group before, tourism is obviously one of the Scenicrim's two biggest industry sectors. It delivers over $200 million of gross regional product and over 2,000 jobs. It's been a key growth opportunity over the last decade, and certainly it is a sector that we are looking to support to continue to grow and ensure it's profitable for those operators in our regions, and continues to entice visitors to the Scenicrim. In terms of other than the minutes, the other notation in the report is that the members of the TAC have written officially to council during the period and have requested that the TAC be disbanded. The rationale for that, as we've discussed around this table before, is we've moved to a position now, which I think is really very pleasing, where we have a new industry-led local tourism organisation, Destination Scenicrim, and after much effort to get to this standpoint, that group is now functioning very well and meeting on a monthly basis. Many of the people who were previously sitting on the TAC are involved with DSR, and it was seen as a duplication of effort, and these people have businesses to run, and it was not seen as necessary to continue with both the quarterly meetings of the TAC as well as the monthly meetings of DSR. So that request for disbandment was received, signed by all members of the organisation. The one part that they did want to say, though, was they really value the opportunity to connect with council, and we have had councillors who have sat on that group for its duration, and certainly the intent is we've had the interim chair and the new CEO of Destination Scenicrim have come and presented to council before, and we would certainly want to maintain that interface so that there was a two-way exchange of ideas and information and updates between those both organisations. Other than that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillors, questions to the report before you? Any points of clarification? Are there any additional points of clarification, perhaps particularly from the council or members at present? Councillor West?
Only some comments to make later on, thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps a question to Brenda. In the opportunities for communication back to council, what form do we think will best work, given, not trying to load up meetings for the sake of meetings or forming how that information will be relayed, but just not sure if we landed on an actual time frame, but
I think The chair and CEO and even some of the board members of DSR were, they enjoyed the opportunity to present to a workshop at a previous meeting. They would welcome the opportunity, I think, to do that. I'm not sure whether it would be sort of quarterly or half yearly. It depends as we go along. I mean, it's relatively new at this point in time, and there's a lot that's happening quite quickly, which is all great to see. But I'm open to advice from this table as well as to what councillors would like to see.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor McConnell, did you wish to add anything?
Yeah, it was along the lines of Councillor Enright then on how it's going to get back and what input, well not input, but control or guidance that councillors will have to the funding that goes from ratepayer to the DSR.
Sorry, can I just understand, just that last bit of the question? I just didn't quite understand it, Councillor.
Well, we've had councillors sit on the TAC.
Yes.
They'll no longer be on the DSR.
No, the structure of the board doesn't have a councillor representative on the new structure. It does, though, have input from officers at a strategic level to continue with that guidance. I think, as Brenda said, it would be our intention that should we formalise any memorandum of understanding with Destination Scenicrim moving forward, that there would be regular reporting then back to the council through the ordinary meeting as well, so that both councillors and the community are aware of the partnership and what has been delivered under that. I think, as Brenda pointed out, it's really pleasing to see how the industry has embraced this and to see an industry-led organisation established as, you know, one Scenicrim to drive the tourism agenda, which, as you know, is our second largest employer in the region with over $200 million contributing to our GRP. So I think, you know, as Brenda said, we're still working through cementing that partnership in place with Destination Scenicrim, but it's really exciting to see how they've embraced the way forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions or comments. Introduce the recommendation, please, GM.
Yes, Mayor, just prior to doing that, I would just like to point out one thing. Brenda mentioned the letter that was written by Destination Scenicrim to Council about the disbanding of the TAC, and she also mentioned that it was signed by the members of the committee. For the purposes of protecting their signatures, I just wanted to advise council that in fact we removed the signatures off the letter, but their names are still listed there because we didn't want any fraudulent activity potential from having their signature published. So with that point of clarification, I'll just move to the recommendation as you requested. It's in 4 parts, Mayor. Number 1, that council endorse the Scenicrim Tourism Advisory Committee meeting minutes for November 2020 and May 2021 and acknowledge the activities and initiatives undertaken by the committee. 2, that council note the change in Tamborine Mountain Chamber of Commerce and Industry Management Committee representation on the Tourism Advisory Committee. 3, that council endorse the Scenicrim Tourism Advisory Committee's unanimous recommendation that the Tourism Advisory Committee be disbanded and that the relevant functions of the Tourism Advisory Committee be transitioned to the Destination Scenicrim through support of Council's Regional Prosperity Team. And 4, that Council acknowledge that the intention is for a memorandum of understanding to be established between Destination Scenicrim and Council, which will clarify the various roles and responsibilities of both organisations and honour Council's commitment to empower the tourism industry through a genuine partnership and industry-led approach.
Thank you. Councillors, I seek a mover. Councillor West, any additional questions to this motion? Not. Councillors, I seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Councillor West, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to mention what a positive progression this is from the original Scenicrim Tourism Advisory Committee, which started off in a very small way with really only a small number of local tourism operators on the committee. Certainly, this committee has developed. in an amazing way. They faced a lot of challenges and a lot of positive changes, and it is really great to see that now they have morphed into an organisation which is totally led by the industry. So I congratulate them all for that. And it will be especially important for us as councillors to have regular feedback, and maybe that might be 6 monthly to a council meeting, just so that we know what is happening, and because we are all very interested.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion?
Mr Mayor, I'm going to speak against the motion. Only parts of the motion. There's some things I might agree with, but there's some things I don't agree with. And overall, I've got to say that it's in relation to Destination Scenicrim that I speak against. I noticed the words in the recommendation about a genuine partnership. My community, Division 1, is extremely split and extremely bitter about the way this was gone about. And I cannot endorse a recommendation about Destination Scenicrim being in the best interest of my community, because they don't believe that it is. In many avenues, we have the major players in tourism on the mountain won't have a part of it. There are some who will have a part of it, and that's why it's split. And I think, it was rushed. It was very ugly in the way it was done, and it's not the way to foster genuine partnerships. And I think the fallout from the way this was achieved is going to last for years and years and years, and that is not in anybody's interests, and so that's why I'm staying out of it, and I'm voting against the recommendation.
Anyone wishing to speak for the recommendation, the motion? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak to the recommendations.
Motion?
Yes, the motion now. Particularly in relation to the unified LTO, I think it's about the maturity of the organisation throughout the region. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to sit on the TAC and see that there are active tourism organisations working to promote a whole of Scenicrim destination, and it's delightful to see that people would put themselves through a fairly difficult transition and continue to fight the good fight because they could understand that there is a benefit in promoting this as a whole of one local tourism organisation for the Scenicrim. I particularly would like to make comment on the point 3 of the motion in the disbanding of the TAC, and I see that that is very much an appropriate time for what was an organisation to assist the tourism industry to develop. What I have seen is a maturity of the tourism industry within the Scenicrim to get to this stage where this is the opportunity for them to move to an industry-led tourism organisation. And I congratulate our local tourism industry on this maturity. And I look forward to seeing updates and achievements of our very strong and growing tourism industry into the future.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McCollum?
Yeah, I will.
Councillor Swanborough, can you just turn your microphone up again? Thanks.
Yeah, I will speak additionally. I will endorse this motion. I think it is a great move forward to have one LTO coordinating tourism across the Scenic Rim, not just in one area. I note Councillor Swanborough's decision, which I don't agree with. I think strategically, this is the right way forward, and I'll be doing everything I can. I do go to the Tamborine Mountain Chamber of Commerce meetings, and yes, it was divisive, but as councillors, I believe we should be getting in there and providing healing and getting on back together to move forward rather than foster any division within the community. So I'll be supporting this and look forward to a whole of region approach to tourism that not only keeps tourism on the mountain, but also the tourism that's off the mountain can go up the mountain, and that's on the mountain can go down and benefit the whole of the region. Thank you.
Any additional requests to speak to this motion? I will exercise to speak to it and commend the motion. This is about some coming of age, I think, for the industry. The days where there was a period of time where council needed to provide a support role and also to have the learning of that advice coming into council policy setting, for the industry to reach a point where they're prepared to step up and take accountability for shaping the future across over 4,000 square kilometres of the footprint of the region, which is the extent across which they now operate, is courageous of them to recognise that it's a diverse suite of operators that they are needing to service, but they share one exciting product to celebrate together. Overarching that is an exciting step forward for the industry, and it certainly is exemplary of the challenge that we face as a region. Council cannot provide the leadership for all of these different subsets on an ongoing basis, and getting an industry sector to the point where it takes charge of its destiny is very exciting. Commend the motion. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? If not, turn back to the move. You wish to close?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to mention Destination Scenicrim has shown so far to be a very professional group, and certainly they understand that long-held mantra in tourism world that you must hunt as a pack, and that's how you get the best results. So I commend what they are doing. And just to also mention, there are some tourism operators who are still waiting on the sidelines, watching and looking, but certainly they have had more and more members since they have become Destination Scenicrim. So I commend the motion.
Thank you. Now put the motion. Of those in favour? Of those against? The motion is carried. Division called by Councillor Swanborough. Those for divisions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and Mayor. Those against division 1. Councillors, I'm going to exercise discretion to adjourn for a brief break because we still have a fair way to go. Some meatier items in our agenda. So to those in the digital gallery, we will break until 5 minutes to 11 on my timepiece and reconvene. So councillors, that's approximately 15 minutes time, just a couple of minutes over that. So thank you. We'll be back with you shortly. welcome back to the digital gallery. Welcome back, councillors and executive. And we now continue on with our agenda at item 10.4, page 99 of your reports.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Item 10.4 is regards to the Regional Skills Investment Strategy Project Completion Report. It's both a bittersweet opportunity for us to present this. Bitter in the sense that, sadly, the funding for this program ended in June 2021, and sweet for the amazing outcomes that the delivery of this program has achieved for the region. I have officers Brenda Walker and Sue-Ann Chapman with us this morning, and I understand, Brenda, you're going to kick off, and then Sue-Ann may add any thoughts throughout the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, and good morning, everyone, again. So as Deborah's outlined, this is the closeout and completion report relating to the Regional Skills Investment Strategy. You will recall that in 2019, Council received funding from the Queensland Government Department of Employment, Small Business and Training for this particular project for a 2-year period. As such, we were one of 18 host agencies that were offered this opportunity across Queensland. And our project covered the entire Scenicrim area, which is home to around 15,500 jobs. A number of milestones are outlined in the report, including the establishment of a local reference group and collaborative networks to provide relevant guidance and advice to the project. Through the duration of the project, which was led by Mitch Ryan, we've also had a wonderful outcome in terms of increased collaboration with DESBA to develop some effective training solutions. Councillors McInnes and McConnell were appointed to that RSIS reference group along with a proxy of Councillor West. And we had some wonderful outcomes, as well as the engagement and the business engagement, the connections made, the information provided to businesses around opportunities to source state and federal government funding opportunities, the training outcomes that are listed there, the employment outcomes, events such as the Scenicrim Jobs Fest. We had 2 of those particular events with high levels of attendance, great engagement with the region's schools, identification of significant number of job vacancies and referrals to jobs. And we also, of course, had involvement with the Business Breakfast program that we continue to run. So, as Deborah said, yes, it's sad in a way that it's come to an end, but our department in Regional Prosperity is acutely aware of the advantages that this has provided to us in terms of engagement with the business sector. And we are determined not to drop the ball in terms of the avenues that this has opened up for us. So I'll leave it there, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to take those.
Thank you. Councillors, questions to the report before you? If not, any comments to the report? Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, just re-endorse Deborah's words and Linda's on what Mitch, the time he spent there, and the whole team for the work they did in the program. I thought it was very well done and had some great outcomes.
Thank you. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I would echo the comments of Councillor McInnes and endorse that those impacts for those 3 key industries of agriculture, health and allied services, tourism and hospitality, there will be a lasting legacy left from this project on our region. And I congratulate the department and the team that that enabled this to happen, but also to recognise the involvement of the likes of our Chambers of Commerce, the industry and the community groups that were involved to enable this to reach its full potential, because we certainly did. When you look at those statistics, we certainly did achieve some fantastic outcomes, both engagement with businesses, employment outcomes, and providing opportunity for our school leavers to see what opportunities there are in the Scenicrim. So a brilliant job by all involved, and well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comment before we move forward? You're all right? Go ahead, Councillors.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just also want to make the comment that for our broader community, especially the Chambers of Commerce, our local businesses, but also I do just want to take out Binnaburra, who suffered during that time after the fire, and certainly it was an absolute godsend for Binnaburra and for all their employees that they had there who suddenly overnight had to find new positions. It was so positive, so thank you to everyone involved, especially Mitch there.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, GM, you wish to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for your feedback. Just a couple of closing comments to draw your attention to. This work fits fairly and squarely under the workforce development pillar within our regional prosperity strategy 2020-2025, and the reference group that has been formed and performing very well guiding this project over the time. It's our intention to transition that to a body with a broader remit, proposed to be renamed as the Scenicrim Leadership Alliance, which is yet to be established as an action of the Scenicrim Regional Prosperity Strategy. It will have new terms of reference, which are currently under development. We'll come back to the Council. But as Brenda said, this is one way in which we can keep the momentum of this great project travelling forward.
Thank you. Councillor, if there are no more questions, we might ask for the GM to introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. As you would imagine, this is quite a long recommendation as it's a closeout report. So there are 6 items. The recommendation is that 1, Council acknowledge the activities, initiatives and outcomes delivered as a part of the Regional Skills Investment Strategy project since it was established in 2019 and concluded in June 2021. 2, that Council endorse the Regional Skills Investment Strategy Reference Group meetings of the meetings held in August 2020, January 2021 and May 2021. Sorry, there might be an error in the numbering here. 3, that Council acknowledge and thank the Queensland Government's Minister and Department of Employment, Small Business and Training for the 2-year funding contribution of the Regional Skills Investment Strategy that provided some immediate and tangible outcomes for the Scenicrim region. And 4, that Council extend its thanks to members of the businesses, industry and community organisations who actively participated in the Scenicrim Regional Skills Investment Strategy Reference Group and the project coordinator Mitch Ryan and the Regional Prosperity Team for their efforts in delivering this project. And 5, that Council note the intention is to transition the Scenicrim Regional Skills Investment Strategy Reference Group to a body with a broader remit, potentially renamed as the Scenicrim Leadership Alliance, which is yet to be established as an action of the Scenicrim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020-2025 under new terms of reference to be adopted by Council.
Thank you, GM. Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Any additional questions? Any additional discussion? I seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness. Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Mayor. I think this is, in my short term in council, has been one of the best projects I've been on. It provides a tangible outcome to the community in regards to improvement of jobs within the Scenicrim, but also the bringing together of all of those, as it says in the point 5, the Leadership Alliance within the businesses and the schools and all the community groups to work together to look strategically at what's happening and what's needed. So I think I really enjoyed being on this committee, and I look forward to seeing the outcome of recommendation 5. So I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Enright.
Yeah, I'd certainly endorse the comments from Councillor McConnell. I would also like to recognise the financial contribution of the Department of State Government with that $350,000 over 2 years, and a very minor contribution of Council of $16,500. I think if we look at return on investment, this would probably be one of the most outstanding returns on our fairly meagre contribution, but in partnership with the state government, and provides a great example of what we can do when all levels of government can work together to achieve a desired outcome. So well done.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? I will speak additionally. I commend the motion. In doing so, I would observe that the anecdotal feedback from the department is that this project delivered here in the region was a standout for its success compared to many of the peer projects that didn't deliver the same clarity and strength of impact for their communities. I have no doubt that was in due to the significant contribution of the leadership of the project. And I certainly would commend, even though he's now moved on, Mitch Ryan for that excellent work, and also the excellent leadership and executive support from the organisation, both from the GM and from the manager, to ensure that that project did not lack for the clarity of focus. Also commend it because it's an example of the type of activity that a modern council in a region like ours can contribute, that really delivers value in our community in a sustainable and long-lasting way, beyond the model that some people would traditionally have thought council can do. It's a very dynamic approach. It's a very dynamic project. It was a great partnership, really grateful for the support from the government, and it came at an excellent time to deliver impact for our region. Commend the motion. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? I was back to you. Councillor, you wish to close?
Yeah, I will go on with your thoughts. I think a lot of the success of this came from the selection of the project coordinator. I think Mitch Ryan needs to be commended on how he went about his engagement with the community and everyone involved. So I think a lot of the success of this project did come from our selection of the best person to coordinate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We now put the motion in its 5 parts with the numbering corrected. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.5. GM, page 124 of your agendas, councillors.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Item 10.5 is the 2021 Northern Rivers Joint Organisation Board Meetings update. I have in the room Brenda Walker and Economic Development Officer for Business and Industry, Cameron Thomas, who generally prepares council's report that is submitted to the NRJO. I'm going to ask Brenda if she would take us through this report, please.
Thank you very much, Deborah. So the NRJO was formed in June 2018, and as you can see in your report there, it's the peak representative group for the 6 local government areas of the Northern Rivers region in northern New South Wales. It aims to address matters of regional significance through collaboration with those member councils and 6 associate members, of which Scenicrim Council is one. In May 2020, Councillor Swanborough was appointed as Council's representative on the board, replacing Councillor West. And then on 25th of May 2021, Councillor McConnell was appointed as the representative on the board, replacing Councillor Swanborough. So this report provides copies of the business and activities of the NRJO and presents the minutes from those board meetings on the 12th of February and 7th of May that are attached to the report. The most recent meeting was held on the 30th of July 2021, attended by Councillor McConnell. However, those minutes have not yet been formally adopted, so they will be presented to Council at a future meeting. I think it is I'll let the councillors speak to it, but obviously as a forum for engagement and sharing of information across some very critical sectors of relevance to all of those councils, I think it provides an excellent forum for sharing. But I'll take any questions that may be asked.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions for clarity to the report firstly? Not then any additional comment, Councillor Swanborough or Councillor McConnell? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, I will make comment. It was enlightening to sit on this meeting. I do have some history with the Northern Rivers, having grown up in Casino as a teenager and worked in Kyogle. So haven't been there 20 years, but it was interesting in the fact that they're going through the same growing problems that we are. And note that there is coordination between the GM's prosperity team and the joint organisation to share information. So they were highly envious of our agri-tourism. And I did let the GM know that they were interested in getting more information on how we went about it, and also a joint tourism route that goes northern New South Wales and through the Scenicrim, as well as their struggles and strains in population growth, especially in regards to viable farming land. They have a lot of pressure on the Tweed to release farming land as residential, and they don't want to lose the same thing that we have here in that semi-rural community to turn into another Gold Coast. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes, but a very worthwhile venture being part of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Swanborough, do you want to? No? GM, did you wish to add?
I just thought I'd, yes, and thank you, Councillor McConnell, for the referrals that you brought back from that last meeting. There was several inquiries and I've progressed those with officers, and I understand why the Northern Rivers would be so envious of our agri sector and agricultural and agribusiness project. And as you're well aware, we're at the moment formalising that through the engagement of PwC, who, as a result of the industry approaching council and asking for yet again another industry-led development project to be put in place, that project is progressing well and is in its infancy, as council is aware. And we are more than happy. I've spoken to our manager, Brenda. We're more than happy to engage with the Northern Rivers and share some of the learnings of the 10 years it's taken us to get to where we are, but certainly of the 10-year roadmap that we're now working diligently through industry and the specialist of PwC to develop, and the 3-year action plan that will evolve that industry much further in the future.
Thank you. Any further clarifications, councillors? If not, reintroduce the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation before us today is in 2 parts. One, that council acknowledge the Northern Rivers Joint Organisation Ordinary Board meeting minutes for meetings held in February and May of 2021. And 2, that council acknowledge the activities and initiatives being undertaken by the Northern Rivers Joint Organisation as they pertain to the Scenicrim region.
Thank you. I seek a mover, Councillor McConnell. Any additional questions? If not, I seek a seconder, Councillor Swanborough. You wish to speak to your motion, Councillor McConnell?
Nothing that I haven't already covered. I think this is a great initiative from years past to not be insular on ourselves and just within the state, but also look over the border and look at that bigger strategic picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally to the motion? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to mention this group did start off quite cautiously, I guess, 10 years ago, but it's about the relationships that you build with your neighbouring councils. And for us in South East Queensland, we obviously have good relationships around, and we deal a lot with our neighbouring councils, but this has been very beneficial, and certainly now moving forward as things are progressing, it's been of great benefit, and I'm glad that we stuck at it.
Thank you. Any additional requests to speak to the motion? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.6 on page 140 of our agenda. GM, would you introduce, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Item 10.6 relates to the 2021 Scenicrim Business Excellence Awards. I have, again, Brenda Walker, manager, here to present this, along with the Economic Development Officer, Business and Industry, Cameron Thomas. I'll hand over to Brenda to walk through this report. The report does note that there were versions of promotional flyers and nomination kits would be made available at today's meeting, and officers will table that throughout the discussion today. I also note that the report speaks to the awards being launched on the 20th of August 2021, and we'll be holding our media related to this report until Friday so that we can get the media launch happening on Friday and open the awards for nominations. So with that, I'll hand over to Brenda.
Thank you, Deborah. The Scenicrim Business Excellence Awards were held annually between 2011 and 2015, however, were not held in 2016, 2017 or 2018. Council, through my department, brought the initiative back in 2019 and had an extremely successful event, both in terms of, I guess, engagement with the business community and the actual awards ceremony itself. That particular event was relaunched on the 6th of December 2018. Nominations closed on the 18th of February 2019, and the ceremony was held on the 29th of March 2019. We did plan, following on from that success, to have the awards again in 2020, but we're constrained and unable to do so due to the impacts of COVID-19. A 2021 event was originally considered for March of this year, but again, due to the impacts of COVID, was postponed to this new date in November 2021. The aim of the awards is to showcase, promote and unite businesses within the Scenicrim by recognising excellence in innovation, productivity and customer service. They seek to highlight local businesses' ideals and aspirations while applauding their achievements and their endeavours to succeed, whether they be small, medium or large businesses. Again, I mentioned the success of 2019. We received what we regarded at the time, because it had been quite some time since the previous awards, we had some ground to make up, what we regarded as an overwhelming number of responses. 51 individual businesses provided 71 nominations across 6 categories, with an additional 6 nominations for the category of Trainee or Apprentice of the Year. The awards ceremony was attended by 220 people, with a significant amount of positive feedback on the night and post the night, including a number of winners, finalists and attendees utilising that platform to promote their business on social media and other mediums. Given the success of the award night and format in 2019, a similar format to be executed in 2021, the proposed nomination categories are Excellence in Tourism and Accommodation, Excellence in Hospitality, Food and Dining, Excellence in Retail, Excellence in Trades and Construction, Excellence in Agriculture, Excellence in Transport, Logistics, Manufacturing and Mining, Excellence in Professional and Community Services, Excellence in Workplace Skills Development, Most Outstanding New Business, Excellence in Business for 20+ staff, and Trainee and Apprentice of the Year. We then have the Regional Prosperity Award, which is awarded to the Most Outstanding category winner, and it recognises a business that has achieved outstanding results, exhibited sound management and demonstrated all-round excellence, and that particular award winner is drawn from one of the previous categories mentioned. The key dates and milestones for planning of the awards are that nominations will open on launch day of the 20th of August this week. Those nominations will remain open until the 17th of September. Judging by an independent assessment panel, including site inspections of nominees, will take place between the 21st of September and the 1st of October. Ceremony tickets will go on sale on the 13th of September and be available for sale until the 15th of October, with the awards ceremony to be held at the Boona Cultural Centre on the 5th of November. The formal nomination kit is being developed, and that will be available for download on Council's website along with a promotional flyer, and we have copies of those that we'll be able to put up on screen shortly. Nominees will also be able to submit their application online via Council's website, and once nominations close, these are collated and shared with the external judges, who will review the written applications and do those face-to-face site visits as well, subject to COVID restrictions. Council intends to continue to partner with relevant organisations such as the region's 5 chambers of commerce, all of whom supported the event in 2019, and the region's LTO destination Scenicrim to support the awards. It is also the intention to seek sponsorship from other individual businesses or interested parties, as was the case for the 2019 awards. I might leave it there, but happy to take any questions that you may have.
Councillors, points for clarification to the report to open with. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in relation to the budgetary aspects of the report, I note that 30,000 was included in this year's budget, and it's proposed that a carryover of the unspent funds from last year. So how that'll come up in the budget review. So that will be a total of 70,000. Yep. My question then is probably, with zero-based budgeting, was that not zeroed in our current budget?
That's actually what occurred, Councillor, is an anticipation of the unspent funds because the awards had to transition. And so when the budgeting was done, as I understand it, Brenda looked at the remaining unspent funds and budgeted based on zero up to the difference between what is expected to be spent, the 70,000 budgeted previous years, and added $40,000 to a budget with the intention of a budget carryover process in September. That's correct, Brenda? Yeah.
That is correct. And the other point, I guess, is the revenue. So from ticket sales and sponsorship, there is an offset there. So we budgeted that to be around $13,000 for this year.
Further question, Councillor Enright?
Second question, if I may. Just in regarding sponsorship, I note there about a comment that you'll be searching for potential sponsors, and is there a target for this sponsor revenue, a target amount, and perhaps an industry, or how will that be unfolded?
Still just finalising that at the moment, I guess, in terms of appetite and what's possible. It was a fairly nominal amount that we sought from the chambers in 2019, and I think in current environment and considering the different budget possibilities for each of our chambers, I don't think super large amounts are going to be palatable or acceptable. There were some other parties involved in sponsorship. TAFE Queensland came to the party as a sponsor in 2019. RDA, Ipswich and West Moreton were a sponsor in 2019. So they're the sorts of organisations that we are sort of firstly thinking about. But we have had discussions internally as to the appropriateness potentially of corporate sponsors as well, as long as obviously they were not sponsoring a category in which they would enter.
Thank you. Further questions, clarifications, councillors? Additional comments? We've been talking for the digital gallery. Unfortunately, you can't see, but the draft version of the nomination forms have been shown up on the screen for the councillors today. They'll be available to the public in the near future as they're finalised. Comments to this, just one comment from observation from the last time, which is a piece of information not in the report. It's only as recent as 5 weeks ago, talking with one of the applicants from the last time, they were wondering when the awards were on again because they gained so much learning. They didn't win a category last time, but they gained so much from the judging and the feedback process that they're excited about having the opportunity to strut their stuff, quote unquote, again. So this clearly is something that gives that opportunity to inspire across our business sectors. Any other comment or question. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I think it's important that this sort of event is carried on yearly. It's unfortunate with COVID. It's important to recognise those leaders in business within the community, and I look forward to the Bow Desert Bulletin being nominated on new business. I think the concept that has come from there and how it's progressed into a true community paper will be good to see.
I think
Not sure. Councillor, fortunately, you're not going to be involved with the judging, Councillor, otherwise you'd
Hence why I was
automatically,
able to make that comment.
you've automatically removed yourself from any
Yes, that's correct.
judging opportunities. And the CEO will take note of that for any future occasion.
And I would imagine Councillor Brenda outlined the success of nominations last year. We have some quality businesses, so I'm imagining those you mentioned will be up against some stiff competition.
So there are no other clarifications. We move forward with the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation's in two parts. Number one, that Council endorse the 2020 Scenicrim Business Excellence Awards being launched on, sorry, there's a correction there, Sharon, on 20 August 2021, with nominations open for 4 weeks from the launch. And two, that Council endorse in 2021 Scenicrim Business Excellence Awards ceremony being held on Friday, 5 November 2021 in the Boona Cultural Centre.
So the first one is being launched on...
We could add now, Mayor, 20 August. At the time of writing the report,
yes.
we didn't have it. And the correction was on, yes,
Yep.
thanks.
Thank you. Okay, councillors understand the two parts recommended. I seek a mover. Councillor West, any additional questions? Any additional discussion? If not, seek a seconder. Councillor Enright, Councillor West, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. These awards have been very successful over the years and enjoyed very much by our business community. And I know, just to reiterate what the Mayor has just said, a number of businesses have been asking in recent months, when are we having them again? Are they going to be hosted? So it's the perfect opportunity to show off our excellence that we have in business.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally to the motion? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly endorse the comments by Councillor West. And I think it has been a challenging time, and I particularly note in the individual categories how businesses have altered due to COVID or pivoted due to COVID, responded to the challenges that we have experienced over the last 12, 18 months. And I think there's no better time to be celebrating those achievements. I've had experience when I was President of the Chamber of Commerce of Bow Desert, to experience the pride that a lot of businesses display on being nominated, on being selected and being finalists and then winning is really a great journey. And to your comments earlier, Mayor, about people benefiting from this process in a business when it's so hectic in running the business, particularly what we've seen in the COVID times, it's very difficult to take a step back and work on your business rather than working in your business. And I think this provides a very valuable tool for people to just take a moment to step back while they complete their nominations, to enable them to have a helicopter view of their business rather than dealing with the day-to-day. So I think this is really not just about recognising the winners. It provides a tool for the businesses to do that overview of their business, but certainly to celebrate the occasions through this challenging period. And I think it's a great project to have conducted again this year. Let's hope everything goes very well from here on in. Thank you.
Councillor West, anyone else seeking leave to speak? Councillor West, you wish to close?
No, thank you.
Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to the officers for your diligent work and across that range of items, and look forward to your continued successes. Councillors, we turn to item 10.7 on page 146 of your agendas. And GM, you introduce, please.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Today, item 10.7 relates to MCU 20/133, the development permit for a material change of use, retirement facility and office as at Finch Road in Canungra. And I have with us this morning Mark Lohman and Wayne Jarrett, and I understand Wayne is going to present this report.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Thank you, Deborah. Council is in receipt of an application for a development permit for material change of use for a retirement facility consisting of 188 dwellings, associated communal facilities and office located at Finch Road, Canungra, described as Lot 6 on SP 161073. The proposal triggered an impact assessable application pursuant to the Scenicrim planning scheme, as the site is located within the low medium density residential zone and the proposal involves a development with more than 10 bedrooms. The applicant submitted a comprehensive application package in support of the application, including but not limited to a planning report, architectural plans and technical reports addressing engineering services, stormwater management, traffic and access, ecological assessment, bushfire hazards, as well as community engagement and consultation. The application was referred to the State Assessment and Referral Agency under the planning regulations, state transport corridors and future state transport for development in a state-controlled road environment. SARA's response advised that the development application was not inconsistent with the instruments assessed against and provided no requirements for the proposed development. Following assessment of the application and additional material, conditions have been imposed for the proposed development that include the preparation and implementation of management plans to address likely impacts and regulate operations of the facility. These include residential waste to describe arrangements for the collection, storage and disposal of all waste from the development, vegetation clearing that addresses all construction activities as they relate to the existing vegetation on site, site rehabilitation relating to the rehabilitation work within the 30-metre waterway fauna corridor, fauna management to provide a strategy for management of fauna and fauna habitat on the site, bushfire management to link with the vegetation clearing and management plan and address the protection of infrastructure, establishing fire trails and erecting signposting, etc. There's also conditions for works to be undertaken on Finch Road for access and the provision of stormwater discharge, including a stormwater drainage discharge easement in favour of council. Of the submissions received for this proposed development, those objecting to and those in support for were relatively equally distributed. Key issues of concern included traffic, impacts to access and parking within the main business centre, demand on infrastructure and services within the local community, environmental and ecological relating to water quality of local creeks and loss of koala habitat, and character and density concerns that development may alter the existing character of the area. Submissions in support mention the development's dedication of 50% of the site for retention of natural bushland, landscape improvements within the developable areas, infrastructure capacity, fauna protection, environmental impacts are appropriately addressed, and the design of the proposed development and the need for this type of facility in the community. Happy to take questions on this proposal.
Councillors, you have a fairly extensive report and note some attachments under separate cover in your folder. Any questions for clarification to the report at this stage? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. I just do have a couple of questions here. to the officers, probably more for the benefit of those people listening online. There's been a lot of, could you just elaborate what happens about the water supply to these as part of this application, please? Just more from the concurrence agency. Thank you.
The applicant's required to undertake an assessment of the water needs and obtain a service advice notice from the utility provider UU, which they have done.
Thank you. And the other one I wanted to ask was just some of the changes, initial changes to the koala habitat. Please, just in the initial, there was some confusion, I think, in the community. I just wonder if you might elaborate on that, please.
Yes, certainly. The initial site assessment for ecology undertaken by the applicant identified that that small patch that was previously mapped as koala habitat was indeed camphor laurel and other species that weren't supported for either koala for food or habitat. So they applied to the state and had that area remapped and taken out of the koala habitat.
Thank you. And my last question was the existing properties along Pine Street. I understand, is there, if you could just clarify, is there going to be some vegetation buffering along that, the bottom of their boundaries, please?
Yes, certainly. The interface with the dwellings proposed along that boundary with that existing housing will have a small patch of vegetation for landscaping, as well as being tiered downward. So their scale and the viewpoint of the existing houses won't be interrupted with a house directly beside them. It'll be down the slope a bit tiered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Swamborough.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just following on from the principal specialist, is it? Yep. His introduction. With respect to management plans, there seems to be a lot of decisions that are going to be made when management plans come in. Does that not take away the opportunity for us to decide if there are relevant conditions that need to be imposed with the approval if we're not receiving those management plans or drafts of them or whatever before the approval is given?
Within the conditions, we've got requirements for those management plans to address. When they provide those plans, we do have an assessment process we go through, and we respond to them to provide further information if that's required.
And I should just add that the management plans are really about the fine detail of the application. So the application has demonstrated they can meet the requirements, but we're seeking more detail, more technical detail in the construction or the operation of the development, and that is something that can be worked out at a later stage. It's not going to change or influence the application as it is provided to you. At this level of approval, we try to differentiate between what is an operational type approval, and that is something that can be sorted out at a later stage. It will not affect the overall development as council is seeing it or considering it.
Further question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a whole series of questions. I'll keep going with your indulgence.
Please, Councillor.
Okay, well, with respect to the bushfire management plan, I understand that we've already received a bush management plan, but it doesn't say whether it has addressed all the issues conditioned in the approval, such as consultation with the local fire brigades and identification of vegetation and fire trails and all that sort of stuff. Is that one of these management plans that we're yet to see?
Thanks, Councillor. The applicant did provide a bushfire hazard assessment, which is typically a report and the bushfire management plan, it will be taken from what they provided, information and report, and what we see as required for the site and operations.
So did the consultants doing that bushfire management plan, did they, two things, did they address all the issues that are required under...
Sorry, Councillor, can I just ask the officer, I think you may have misheard. Can you just, it was a hazard assessment that's been presented so far, was that correct?
That's correct.
So maybe you might not have heard. So just clarify what's been presented so far again, so that the councillor can properly position his question, please.
Yes, the bushfire hazard assessment report has been provided. They do have a basis for a management plan in that report, but the management plan for bushfire hazard will be developed post this decision.
Thank you, Councillor. So I thought that might just help to get the right...
Yeah, it's what I understand, Mr Mayor, it's a two-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There was a development there which is halfway up the goat track, which is at the eastern end of that particular property, and both Councillor West and I were around in 2007, 8, I think, when it was brought in, but the bushfire management plan triggered about 20 different, or so, might have even been more than that, resolutions and conditions in relation to what had to be complied with because of the extreme fire danger at the eastern end of that development. Should not those conditions be able to be inserted in the planning approval at this stage?
There's always a danger in looking at one application and taking any precedent from that and into this application. The initial reports, or the hazard reports, indicated that fire safety can be readily addressed, and the bushfire management plan will again go into the detail of that. Anything prepared in that bushfire management plan will become a condition of the approval, just through the nature of the way we've conditioned it. So they have to prepare one, they have to comply with it, so in effect it becomes a condition of approval.
My next question is in relation to the scale of this development. The definition of a retirement facility in the planning scheme is it is a high density residential use. This high, I guess, is that in agreement?
Well, it's not necessarily a high. It depends on what development you're talking about. The each retirement facility is unique, I guess.
The definition comes from Part 3, the strategic framework of the planning scheme, which says retirement facilities and other similar high density residential developments. That's on page 168 of the strategic framework. And it's important that we understand whether this is low density, medium density or high density. From everything that I've read in the planning scheme, it's quite clear in multiple places in the codes that it's described as high density residential development.
By definition, it doesn't, in the planning scheme, the definition does not talk about density, but in practice they generally are of a higher density. But that varies. There are some retirement villages that are quite low density, and I think we've seen some of those in other areas.
in the planning scheme, when we look at the two zones, there's the mixed use zone, and it's been assessed also under the low medium density residential zone, and for all intents purposes, this is high density, it's not medium density. It says that normally in a development like this, the minimum lot size would be 450 square metres and an average lot size of 700 square metres. When I do the calculations, and they're leased areas, they're not necessarily individual lots, I understand that. The lot size average on this development is 189 square metres for every dwelling house. Would that then make it, by common sense and also by definition, a high density development?
The planning scheme under the low medium density residential zone doesn't really prescribe an area for retirement facilities, just so that they're designed to ensure that the interface of development complements the height, scale and intensity of adjoining residential development. The multiple dwelling or dual occupancy prescribes for a 3 more bedroom unit, 300 square metres. Now, the development itself has provided... it's not a multiple dwelling, just no, it's
Councillor,
not.
please.
It's not. But as a comparative analysis,
Councillor, just please let the officer answer, not entering into a debate.
So the development density with all of the koala habitat area taken out and just the developable area is 1 dwelling per 499 square metres, roughly 500 square metres. With the all of the site inclusive, it's 1 dwelling per 1,086 square metres.
Yes, but the developable area is not where the houses are all situated. By any look at this particular development, it could be any other subdivision that we would consider, and the fact that it's a different type of development, it still doesn't take away from the fact that each of these lots, the houses are on, and they're all next to each other, only 189 square metres on average. And for anybody looking at the development, especially those people in Pine Street and others, they will see a high density development in this area. And when I consider the strategic outcome, the frameworks of this particular
Councillor,
development,
can you come to the question for clarification?
Yeah, my question is that on page 5 of 56 of the strategic framework, it says that Canungra is supported by a local centre and nestled in a backdrop of green wooded hills, and remains a distinctive rural village attracting tourists and seeking a semi-rural lifestyle. Residents enjoy a high level of amenity and development characterised by low density, sewer, residential and compatible non-residential activities, which maintains the village character. Canungra has a unique village atmosphere and Main Street dominated by traditional buildings that reinforce its historic character and a strong sense of place.
Councillor, I'm being very patient, but can you just
the question
ask the question?
Has it been recognised that in the strategic framework under character, that it certainly points out that any development should be low density in this particular area?
I'm just looking through the strategic intent, settlement pattern, urban areas, and it does suggest that this area should contain key commercial, cultural, civic, recreation and community services and facilities for the region. The easy answer is that the low medium density residential zone can support unit development types. This development proposes predominantly single detached dwellings. So we're considering in terms of density that the land zoned as it is could support something of a higher density.
Councillor Swanborough, can you just reposition your mask, please, just so that the CEO isn't exposed for you not fulfilling with the requirement? Thank you.
Okay. My next question is on page 8 of 36 of the planning scheme, it says, townships will remain in their current settlement pattern with residential care uses to preserve their distinctive character and is interconnected with the region's rural character. Townships, of which Canungra is defined in the townships as a township, the townships will facilitate a mixed-use environment comprising low-density residential, small-scale commercial and low-impact industrial. My question is, in the Scenicrim, do we have any other of this type of development that are more than 188 dwelling houses?
So I just point to the last sentence of that: industrial uses and services to residents and included services, or services includes residential care facilities. So I think residential care facilities are anticipated in the zone and in townships.
Yes, look, I agree,
Residential care.
Mr. Mayor, that residential care facilities are anticipated, but they talk about a low intensity.
Sorry, Councillor, please just contain yourself. We're not having an argument. You've asked the question. The officer's trying to answer.
All right.
I'm not sure whether it's a relevant question, but the second question that the councillor asked in amongst that dialogue was, is there another facility or other facilities of a similar scale within the Scenicrim of this type of development of a shared footprint, effectively?
Sorry, can you clarify as to what you mean by of this scale? Are we talking numbers of units, density of units?
I'm talking about a scale of houses on leased areas or allotments that are 188 in number in a very dense pattern of development.
Well, I can point to, you have the one in Bay Desert. The numbers are getting close to that. There's an approval for one on Brayford Estate, it's 88 units. This is consistent with retirement type villages, not only in Scenicrim, but in South East Queensland.
Mayor, could I ask a question that's
thank you, Mr.
relevant to...
Can you just hold,
Yeah,
Councillor
sure.
Enright?
Thank you,
Keep
Mr. Mayor.
memory of that. I'll let Councillor Swanborough finish his list. If you can just focus on the questions rather than the...
My question is, is Canungra in a township zone in the planning scheme? And how is it defined in the centres hierarchy?
No, there's no township zone in Canungra. It's a local centre zone.
Yes, it is it's in the hierarchy. It's in the hierarchy of.
Sorry, Councillor, are you answering the question or asking the question?
The strategic outcomes within the communities and character talk about townships facilitate low-density residential living or opportunities on large residential lots. The township zone also supports small-scale retirement facilities and residential care facilities. Is it acknowledged that the township's zone supports small-scale retirement facilities, but this particular facility is high-scale?
The township zone relates specifically to a range of smaller towns and villages throughout the Shire. It's used predominantly where it's outside the urban footprint. So we're talking places such as Hillview, Larravale, Harrisville, those sorts of places. Canungra itself is not within the township zone. It may be called a township, but it's not within the township zone.
Thanks for that clarification. Can we move on to your next question, Councillor?
In page 16 and 17 of 36 of the town planning scheme, talks about housing supply, form diversity and affordable living. And it says, as a strategic outcome, retirement facilities and other similar high-density residential developments are established in localities that have access to an appropriate level of service and infrastructure to cater for the needs of the future residents of these facilities, and also to ensure that their scale and intensity does not detrimentally impact the communities in which they are located. That's why this particular element in the table talks about such high-scale uses as this should be in one of the designated centres of Tamborine Mountain, Bow Desert.
Councillor, you're making statements. You haven't asked. I'm trying to please focus on the question rather than
the question is, it also says a social impact assessment is undertaken to demonstrate the achievement of this outcome. Has a social impact assessment been undertaken, and should it have been undertaken because of the scale and intensity of this particular development?
I don't believe it's necessary. Considering the zoning it's in, we're anticipating density or development density equal to or greater than what's there. And just to clarify, we've asked for social impact assessments, not necessarily a full-blown study, but an assessment on other facilities elsewhere, but mainly because there's a question mark over the ability of the area to deliver or cater for services for the residents. But in this area, Canungra's a growing local centre, so we're quite happy the social impact assessment wasn't necessary.
Thank you. Further questions?
My next question is, under growing economy on page 21 of 36 of the planning scheme, it says that Canungra is in the centre's hierarchy defined as a local centre. Within that local centre, it makes mention of the mixed-use zone. And it says that local centres are Canungra, Kelbar and Coralban. Within that mixed-use zone in the Canungra Centre, it says that it provides a supporting role to the centres in Bow Desert, Boonah and Canungra, and provides for a range of activities that may include business, non-convenience retailing, residential associated services, allows for low impact industrial uses, And in the commercial and industrial precinct, must be small scale and low impact and have a minimum lot size of 2,000 metre squares. Was that considered in the strategic impact assessment in the planning assessment?
I can say that prior to lodgement of this application, the land was reconfigured and portions of the land zone commercial mixed use were taken from this site. The community facilities is the remaining functional area in that site. We did want more land to be used for mixed use, commercial industrial. However, topography of the site, the overload and flow path prevented really having a development that spanned that area and went into the residential.
Thank you for the answer. Councillor, do you have a further question?
I have still a lot of questions, Mr. Mayor. In the strategic part of the planning scheme, it talks about sustainable infrastructure on page 34. It says development occurs in an efficient and orderly sequence. Social infrastructure is provided to meet the demographic needs of the community. I was wondering, do the assessors of this particular application consider that Canungra, with a population of 900 people, can facilitate 400 people living on 188 houses in a development in a small town like this, and what will be the implications socially and infrastructure-wise for this development?
So from an infrastructure point of view, those matters have been dealt with, particularly in regard to roads, being assessed by Department of Rail and Roads, and the water and sewage. The service providers there have indicated they can service this estate. In relation to the numbers or the ratio of residents here to the residents of Canungra, the development here will take some time to develop. Canungra itself is developing as well, so you have, your 900 people in the township now. There are developments underway and it is growing and growing rapidly, so those numbers will increase markedly. It will also service not only the Canungra township area, but also the wider area within the Scenic Rim, based around within the catchment of Canungra. This type of development is needed within the area, and there's a service there or a need that hasn't been addressed to date for the locals.
Mr. Mayor, under the zone assessment for low medium density development, we read in the planning scheme that 6.2.7 that there is a local centres zone code, and it hasn't been used in the assessment of this particular application. And under that local centres zone code, it specifically includes Canungra as a local centre. And there is a table of uses, which is table 6.2.7.2.1 in that planning scheme, which says that if it's not listed, that is this use, in that table, then it's not a consistent use, and it's not a potentially consistent use in the local centre code, and is not intended to occur in that zone. My question is, was this local centre zone code used in the assessment for this proposal?
Sorry, Councillor, were you addressing that question to me because you started out addressing me? But you started out addressing me with that question. but you weren't intending for me to respond to that.
No, I was just treating you as a chairman, Mr. Mayor.
That'd be
There was a
nice.
question
Thank
to
you.
the officer.
To the officer, thank you.
No, thank you, councillor. The zone local centre applies to the majority of the local business centre, not to the property under application.
Further question?
There is a map that I looked at in the zones which seem to indicate that all of Canungra was in the local centre's zone code.
No, the two zones that apply here, or that were reviewed, was the low medium density residential zone, which the entire property is included within, and the mixed use commercial industrial zone.
The local centre zone code is an overarching code in the strategic section of the planning scheme. It is not about a use code such as mixed use or
Councillor, please don't be argumentative. Ask your question. There'll be a time for you to make your comment, but please don't be argumentative with the officer. Ask your question.
My next question, Mr. Mayor, is in relation to whether this fits into the character of Canungra. And I was wondering if someone could tell me what the minimum lot size for dwellings in Canungra is.
That depends on the zone.
What would be the smallest in all the zones in Canungra?
If you just bear with me.
We might take that question on notice, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Would require to check the zones of every property and then assess that against the codes.
That is why we try to give time before meetings for questions to come forward to allow officers to be prepared. So understand that might take some time. Further question, Councillor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask the General Manager Sustainability about the issue of rates on this particular property. 188 leased areas on one property. If that was a normal subdivision and those lots were individual lots, that would yield $300,612 a year to the council from rates from that property. But being on one property, would it be not right to assume that council would have to levy a special or a differential general rate on this property in order to recuperate anything like $300,612?
Thanks for your question, Councillor. Obviously, a lot of those are assumption based and would depend on the individual or on the accurate valuation, but it's up to council to determine the impact at any stage. Council sets the categories required and their relevant impact in when you when you compare those to a typical household. So I'm not to foreshadow what council's thinking when it comes to these particular blocks, but that's a decision of council when it comes to a budget consideration. But currently, within the existing categories, there are avenues for potential inclusion, but that's not to say there's similar size existing already. So,
thank you. Further questions?
Yes, I was just going to ask this a question in relation to water and wastewater sewerage there as well. That wouldn't be levied on individual leased areas, would it? It'd be levied on the body corporate of that particular unit, as far as you understand from QUU?
I don't want to sort of talk, I don't understand it intricately enough. I wouldn't want to say the incorrect answer, but that would be a question that would need to be asked to Urban Utilities.
May I ask a question of the planning manager?
Sorry, can we just wait, hold? Councillor Swambra's obviously got a long list that he wants to work through of prepared notes.
Yes, in relation to waste containers on this block of land, there is a condition on page 151 of the report. And it says that provision is to be made to conceal waste containers, including wheelie bins, from public view from any street or roadway, except when the containers are placed for collection. So it says except when the containers are placed for collection. Whereabouts are these containers likely to be placed for collection, which means that they're not concealed, and there's 188 of them. Are they to be put out on a place where that can be seen by all the people driving past that particular development and onto the other residential development, which is further along Finch Road?
No, I'd say no. The waste containers we put on the internal streets, and it won't be visible from either Finch Road or Pine Street necessarily.
Thank you. Further question, Councillor?
Yes, it's in relation to trees and vegetation. I was just wondering how many hectares of bushland are likely to be removed or are on the actual development footprint in this particular proposal. In hectares will be fine.
We don't have a calculation for that. The reports might specify a determination or an estimate of what tree clearing per square metre may be. I've actually been on the site and seen the vegetation in the developable area is quite sparse. There's a 30 metre corridor for that'll be managed for fauna protection and bushfire management. There's a management plan condition for vegetation clearing, and certain other aspects will be linked with that in terms of the bushfire management plan, fauna and spotting and those type of activities. So the applicant did provide a vegetation clearing plan. It should be part of the material there.
There is a map on page 162 of the report. On page 162 of the report, or even on page 160, there's a map showing just the developable footprint and where all the houses are going to be. From the edge of that development, how far, at the moment, how much land do you think in metres from the centre of that development? Well, put it this way, I'll ask it a different way. How much bushland that goes up the escarpment towards the Tambourine Mountain Road will have the trees removed?
There shouldn't be any tree clearing outside the boundary that's shown on the plan that you're looking at there.
My next question is, the report says that that area of bushland is going to be protected. Is that going to be transferred to council as a reserve to be protected, or does it remain in the ownership of the developer?
It won't be transferred to council.
Can it be transferred to council to protect it, as other councils do, to provide open space and like similar to what Gold Coast City Council does when they buy bushland to protect it in perpetuity?
I guess that's a possibility, but there's been no discussion in relation to that at the moment.
Can I just comment on that, perhaps, Councillor? That's probably a bigger decision for council to make as to what future liabilities they wish to take on in terms of then maintaining assets such as that, and really not for officers, I wouldn't have thought, to direct as a part of their planning assessment.
Look, it's been a common practice for many years that I can remember in planning that if land is to be protected, the developer is prepared to offer that land to go into some sort of reserve.
Councillor,
and I was wondering why we shouldn't have considered that.
Well, I think the answer's been given already, Councillor. That would be a policy position. And can we just deal with the questions on this? We can talk about that as a separate issue about the management of reserves. I would just, as a note, a comment, in the context of this, Councillor, Council has turned down the opportunity to take on responsibility for a number of reserves because we don't have the capacity to fund their proper management, and taking them over from either the state or a private developer is really problematic from a budget and capacity point of view. But please continue with your questions,
So
Councillor.
the question is, how will this land then be protected?
Thank you, Councillor. It will be protected the same way it is now under this development. That land has been protected because it falls under our vegetation overlays as well as under state overlays. So whatever protections it has now, it will continue to have, and that land has been, if you like, protected from this development at present. So whether it's under council control or private ownership, the level of protection there is not going to change.
Further question, Councillor?
Yes, just a question on page 156 of the report, which is it's in relation to car parking, concrete bitumen. It seems to be a little bit confusing if I was reading it. It says all vehicle access, driveways and car parking areas to be designed, constructed and maintained in accordance with that standard. They've got to be designed to suit the proposed vehicle loadings and individual pavements constructed as either a rigid pavement, reinforced concrete, or alternative as a flexible pavement with provision for a 40mm asphalt concrete seal unless agreed otherwise. Is it anticipated that bitumen is also going to be, as in the heading of 31, is it bitumen going to be an acceptable standard in this development?
I guess the conditions imposed by engineers require compliance with the standard, and the remainder of the condition just identifies options for that to be in compliance with the standard.
So the standard itself covers a wide range of standards and types. So we refer to the Australian standard specifically, but then say out of that standard what we're wanting to impose. And in this case, it's the concrete or the asphalt.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. That's my question. Yes.
Question, Councillor Enright, you've been patiently waiting. Do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to be patient. So can I just confirm a couple of things, if I may? The recent approved reconfiguration of the lot has confirmed that lot 1, 2 and 3 are not included in this development application?
That's correct.
Okay. Would potential vegetation clearing be restricted just to the balanced lot?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. As far as the centre management responsibilities, I think we touched on a couple of those things with Councillor Swanborough. My understanding, and I'm seeking confirmation, is that the internal roads, the public space for mowing, maintenance are all private, the responsibility of the private property.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Can I move toward the development layout itself? As far as density goes, there's, I think, an area, something in the vicinity of 11 hectares. That is the developable area. I think it's 23.
What page is that on?
Is there a question?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, coming to that. Yep. I think somewhere I saw in there it's about 11 hectares for the what's remained as part of the development. The question is, as far as the density goes, we've got 188 dwellings as opposed, as included in that 11 hectares. So that density ratio is 188 dwellings in that 11 hectare lot, or I think that worked out to about 17 dwellings per hectare or something along that. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, the dwelling density is one dwelling for approximately 500 square metres.
Roughly 500.
That's excluding the koala habitat area. That
excluding that.
When you include that component, it's a one dwelling per 1,086 square metres.
Excluding that, yes, correct. But we take out that undeveloped area. So in the developed area, it's one dwelling per, I think you said 499 square metres. To Councillor Swanborough's question earlier about any precedence of densities per lot, I note in the Scenic, in the Canungra Rise development, there's a lot there that's 801 square metres with a duplex on it. So using that same ratio.
Councillor, we should just, the officers have said they'll go away and provide an answer on that. We shouldn't try to hazard ourselves into the world of that process.
Okay.
I can answer that question previously asked in terms of lot size. If and the distinction should be made here, we're not approving separate lots for this development. They're dwellings attached to a leased area. But in the low medium density residential zone, the minimum lot size is 450 square metres, exclusive of access strip or access easements for rear lots, and a minimum average lot size of not less than 700 square metres. And there's a notation there, any lots over 1,000 square metres are counted as 1,000 square metres when calculating the minimum average lot size for a development. And just to note, the mixed-use commercial industrial precinct, the minimum lot size there for industrial activities is 2,000 square metres, but otherwise for non-industrial activities, lot size and dimensions are appropriate to accommodate the proposed use and give consideration of the values and constraints affecting the land. So no lot size imposed there.
Thank you. Can I move on to setbacks? And I guess setbacks is a relevant term to lots, so this is slightly different to that, but in the context of space between buildings, what is proposed as the front, side and rear setbacks or distances between buildings in this development? And
the development does propose some dwellings to be attached at one side, but not the other. The setbacks, are obviously constrained due to the lease areas. I could probably take that question on notice and get back to you with a more precise answer.
can I refer to page 8 of the attachment? So page 8 of 13.
Of attachment 10.7?
Attachment 10.7, attachment 2.
Mm-hmm.
Page 8 of 13.
Yes. Sorry, the setbacks are identified on page 177.
Councillor, what's the point you wish to raise on this page?
So on the attachment, page 8, could you please explain the term 00 lot?
Exactly where it's up on the screen there, can you point out where so that...
Page 8 of 13. Is that, that's getting close, I think. That's getting close. Oh, is that? No, close. It looks like that. It's got a 4.9 we're looking for. That's 4.4 there. Go the other way. There. So on the contents or the legend on the right, about halfway down, there's a reference to 00 lot.
I'll have to review that and get back to you. I've got the plans here, just getting a reference for that in the planning report.
Okay, all right then. I'll move on to a question regarding water supply or storage. So it mentions there that 5,000 litre tanks are included to offset water resources. How can this water be used as a domestic use?
I guess gardens. There was some provision, probably in other states, where that was connected to toilets and laundries, but I think it's not necessary here. So potentially gardens and that sort of thing?
The proponent was quite aware of the concerns of the community in relation to water. So they've gone to additional lengths to provide water storage on site to minimise the use of town water, and basically, make as least impact on that water supply as possible.
Okay. Could I refer to page 173 of the report?
Of the agenda?
Yes.
Of the agenda. Thank you, Councillor.
And it refers to car parking, yep. So the way I'm reading this report, and if you could just check that I'm reading it correctly, that the requirement for a development of this size is to provide 226 car parks, and they are proposing 335. And the requirement for visitor car parkings is 38, and they're providing 56. And the visitor parking is wider than the current aisle widths, I think, of 2.7 metres. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Further questions?
Just one on the infrastructure charges. These infrastructure charges are based on dwellings, be it 2 or 3 bedroom, not on the lots. So it's per dwelling?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Further questions? Councillor
Well, I'll just answer
McCollum?
if I can,
Yes.
just the question on 00 is, as I said, if houses are attached at one side, that's 2 houses on the lot boundaries, 00.
Thank you. Councillor McCollum, did you have a question? Making sure.
Councillor Enright's happy on that
No,
one?
he'd indicated you finished.
I've got to go back. Just in regards to the intersection of Finch Road and, but is it Narang Road? No.
That's right.
Pine Street.
Pine Street.
I did read the SARA, but it didn't really have much in there. I mean, 180 houses, 180 cars, possibly more than that coming out on that intersection every morning. Considering that at the best of times on weekends, it's hard to get across that intersection with cars backed up. How much of an impact is this going to have on the traffic management within Canungra on the top side?
All I can suggest is that was part of the assessment that SARA took, or Department of Main Roads Transport, Transport Main Roads, sorry. The development was seen as being consistent with what they envisaged for that area, and they provided no requirements for upgrade or improvements to that intersection.
So it's only one way in, one way out on Finch Road, is that correct?
At the present time, yes.
And then we've already got, how many houses down that other end? Probably another 50 houses on top of, proper houses on top of that could have 2 or 3 cars. So we'll look at another 150 cars on top of that coming out one intersection.
There's probably, I think there's about 200 houses left to go in that Canungra Rise development.
Yeah.
And there will be a connector road which comes off just before the bridge coming about a couple of kilometres out of Canungra, and that will provide a second access. But that indication at the moment is that that's probably 18 months, 2 years away. So at some stage, yes, there will be definitely two-way access, but at the moment, Main Roads, who control this, have not sought to increase the or change the intersection.
Thank you. Just to, sorry, I'm going to keep showing my face every time it shuts down. Just in regards to the submissions, I noticed there was only, if I remember correctly, if I can find it,
22.
24? 25 properly made submissions. And looking through the addresses of those, only 8 seem to come from Canungra itself. I could ask the councillor for that division, is there much angst within the community in regards to this, or did they not know about this, or are they looking forward to having more employment opportunities in regards to home maintenance and stuff like that?
Is this the appropriate time for me to be talking about that or not?
So, Councillor, if you wish to answer, you can, or you can choose not to.
Oh, look, I'm happy when the applicants first lodged the application, there was a lot of community concern. But I've got to say that the applicants did considerable community consultation. They visited a lot of community groups, the Chamber of Commerce, they did lots of door-to-door knocking, and once they had done that, there seemed to be a little settling of a lot of concerns that people had. They were mainly about water, to be honest, and recycling, and some of the sporting facilities that they had on site, which I'm happy to mention later. But
thank you.
Thank you. Just another one on the submissions. One of the submissions is Bluebird. It's not actually a person, is it, or is it a person's name?
The company. A company?
Oh, it's a so companies can make submissions as well. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Enright, you have a further question?
Page 172 of the report or agenda. Just seeking clarification on a term. In that first dot point, maximum unarticulated length of 5 metres to any street frontage or public space. So just seeking clarification what that referred to.
So in planning terms, when we talk about articulated or unarticulated, it's about having a solid wall. So you wouldn't have a wall that's more than 5 metres without a break or a setback or a change in design. So it might be a portico, it might be a change in setback of that wall or something like that. So you're not having this full solid face.
Great wall of Canungra. Another one? Yeah. Councillor Enright again?
May I just go back to that, the attachment number 2, page 8 of 13, which showed that, 4.9, that's it. Particularly with reference to the areas, just keep bring it up a little bit further, Sharon. Yep, the pink section at the bottom there, that's it, yep. I note that if I'm reading the content correctly, the 00 lot indicator runs through each of those properties or areas. And I just wanted to confirm whether that was terrace house type construction, so that they're sharing a boundary, or whether that was two buildings built on a boundary, which I thought may have been referred to as the single 0 lot.
I might take that on notice. The applicant has provided a type for each development, their type D.
Yes.
And those dwellings in that area, because of the topography, are going to be terraced.
Yep.
So it could be that they are terrace housing.
And if,
there, but
in taking this on notice, if there's possible to see if there are any images of proposed housing type for.
yeah, the images included are included in the material.
Included there, right?
And in addition, there's also a cross section for dwellings in this area, which shows you what type of terracing it's going to be. So
I did note one that was built in 2-storey, seemed to make use of the topography very well. Okay, thank you.
That last few questions. Councillor McGuinness.
Mayor, I was just going to suggest that maybe we, given the time and there's a fair bit to go on this by the look of it, that we break for lunch before dinner.
Sorry.
Given our cold lunch might be.
Well,
again.
yes, councillor, I was looking at the time. Thank you for your alert. I thought we had come close to the end of questions, but maybe we haven't. I'm happy to accept that recommendation and adjourn the meeting at 12:40 by my time, to return at 13:10, so 1:10, half an hour to continue. And for those in the digital gallery, gives you a chance for a break, and we'll return at that time. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors. Welcome back to the officers in the room and also to those joining us in the digital gallery. Just note that the GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity, has had to attend to an urgent matter for a few minutes, and the GM, Council of Sustainability, just went out one door while looking for someone who came in the other door, and he's back now as well. So we can continue, please. So we're still dealing with item 10.7, and we've been working through an extensive and wide-ranging set of questions in relation to this for clarification to the content. And thank you to Councillor McGuinness for alerting us that we were in danger of risking food poisoning, so we've been able to adjourn and deal with that. Thank you. So other questions pertaining to this report, councillors?
Mayor, we have some feedback on the questions asked before we went to lunch.
Thank you. Would you like to provide that?
Yes, in relation to the 00 lot boundary assigned to the Type D housing, the southern part of the site, northern part of the site, that wasn't the intent for that. So we are happy to condition that that at least one of those houses on each of those sites has a setback of 1 metre from the boundary.
Could I just ask for clarification of that? I just couldn't quite hear it, Wayne. The side setback or?
Yeah, we're happy to restrict the 00 lot boundary indicated on the plan to only be assigned to several lots in that area, not all of them. So we'll have at least every lot needing a setback of 1 metre from a boundary.
So would that effectively make them single 0 lot spacing?
Effectively, it could, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Just
sorry,
quick one. I
Councillor
thought 00 was only the sides, not the rear. So 00 means both sides are attached to the side house. A single 0 or a 0 lot is one side is attached like a duplex, and then you've got room on the side before the next house. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what these will be. But doesn't it say 00?
Yes, it does say 00, but we've been advised that wasn't the intent from the applicant, okay. And they're happy to amend that.
Thank you. Thank you. So we've progressed through all those questions. Sorry, Councillor McGuinness, you alluded. So, Councillor Swanborough, can I just ask you to leave your microphone off? Thank you, just so that others can.
Yes, ma'am. My question is regarding the water. Is it what work has been done regarding the effect on restrictions in the town by having this many extra dwellings in the town? How I know it's a hard question to answer, but in an average year or whatever, it's surely going to make restrictions come online a lot quicker than what it would otherwise.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. For the purpose of this application, that wasn't considered simply because urban utilities and the like indicate they could supply water. Canungra has an issue, there's no doubt about that. There's not only this development, there's the extension to the Canungra Rise development as well. So I'm led to believe that SecWater have plans in place to counter any drought restrictions and the like. And that is something that they're obligated to do. And they're also well aware of the development potential for Canungra. The extension to the north, they are required as part of their programs to ensure that they cater for the growth in Canungra as well. And I gather they have their plans to do that.
Mayor, Mark, but my question really was has there any work been done on how quicker restrictions, it'll have to come on quicker than if this development wasn't approved, or any other, like you say, there's other developments there that are on the way and it's all going to make it, the township might end up living on restrictions. Yeah.
Look, not from council's point of view, there hasn't been that work done. So it's a matter for Seqwater. They're very much aware of the growth in Canungra, and I'm sure they have their plans for that. But as part of this application, it hasn't been taken into account.
Further questions? Councillor Swanborough?
The question is just on that particular topic, is it a valid consideration for councillors to make, to consider water implications for Canungra, even though QUU have carriage of that particular thing? Does council have any role, a practical role, in assessing whether that's going to impact the community or not?
Certainly, answer.
Yep. The short answer is probably no. Look, I'm sure council and particularly area councillors are quite aware of the concerns there from the community. As I say, it's a matter for Seqwater. They're obligated to provide that service. They plan for it, and they have plans and contingencies in place for it. How that plays out, that'll be a matter for Seqwater to be in control of.
Just another question on relation to water. I understand Seqwater understand their obligations to provide water to houses, but generally when the water's running low, it's a result of a protracted drought situation, and there ends up the Canungra Creek stops flowing, and they can't take water for hydrants anymore. And of course, this is when the strongest bushfire risk occurs also. So is QUU obliged to provide water to the town for bushfire fighting?
I'm aware that they're not obligated to provide for people not connected to water. Where that extends to bushfire, I'm unclear on. It's not within our area.
So perhaps just a point of clarification, if I could ask a supplementary question. Has there been prior experience in Canungra of a planning consideration that councils tried to say no on the basis of water, and even though it's not within our remit, and if so, how did that progress?
Going back to Canungra Rise, when it was considered by council, that was one of the grounds for refusal and appeal, in the appeal, and that was in the time when I believe council was actually in charge of the water. It was our ability. We were the service provider in that case. But since then, since it's been under urban utilities and the like, I'm not aware of any.
Thank you for clarification. Further questions, councillors? I just ask one further question. Is rates collection and rates category a consideration for planning scheme assessment of a development?
The short answer is no.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, if I may, there's, in regard to that 00 situation, we've drafted a condition which might clarify that situation. If I could ask Sharon to put that up. So with the GM's concurrence, happy to add this into the recommendation.
For the benefit of those who haven't been able to see that and would only have available what was in the agenda for the meeting, could we just clarify what that additional proposed condition is before we perhaps then turn our attention just to getting clarity around any of the conditions that councillors would also seek?
Okay, now I can read it. Okay, so condition 35, building setbacks. All dwellings identified as type D housing development must have at least one side setback of 1 metre. And in the next box, Sharon, at all times, if you could please. Yep.
So councillors, just are there any further points of clarification with the contents of the proposed conditions contained in the report as online, plus that number 35? Any points of clarification whilst we're still in the questions for clarification stage?
Mayor, if I can.
Yes. Councillor Enright.
Can I just confirm that for type D housing developments, in relevance to this additional condition, that the remainder of the type D was normally 1 metre as the minimum setback? I think some others refer to 1.5, and I just wanted to confirm that.
In answer to that, we can make it a minimum. We're just acknowledging that the type D housing is the one identified in the pink along that boundary with the existing residential development. So they don't. The plan of development doesn't envisage them in anywhere else inside the development.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try and reframe that question. In the report, does the developer provide that for type D housing, normally, as outlined, have a 1 metre side setback currently in the proposed scheme, proposed application?
The plan of development provides for setbacks. It doesn't identify each different dwelling type. Not specific to the dwelling type, sorry, thank you.
And the only other minor thing that is related to the conditions is on page 185, and it refers to the adopted infrastructure charges resolution. And I note that it refers to version 10, whereas I think we might be up to version 12, and I don't know whether that makes any difference. The dollar value was the same.
The infrastructure charges there are provided for information. So once the development is approved, we actually go through and assess against what is the current.
Yeah.
And yeah, so those are indicative only. Those infrastructure charges will be set once the final development is approved.
On the relevant ones at the time. Yep, no, thought as much, thank you.
So that wasn't part of what's in the recommended conditions. You had me confused for a minute, Councillor. Sorry, I was looking at the recommendation with the table, just for clarification. Sorry, Councillor Swanberg.
Yeah, just a question, Mr Mayor. These these buildings aren't on lots, so I don't know what the definition of setback is, but I suspect it talks about lot boundaries. In this particular case, it should be to a leased boundary, not to a lot boundary. I probably need that in your amendment or extra condition, condition 35.
Can you clarify, the question is about the type D, is that setback in relation to adjacent or to the boundary was the question?
Yes, that would be lease boundary.
Yeah, should say that.
Yes, we could include that certainly, yeah.
So Sharon, if you add in at the end side setback of at least 1 metre, of at least 1 metre, so yep, to the lease boundary. Lease. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't think the first lease one side setback of at least 1 metre. I don't think that's necessary.
Yes, it is. They could have 2 sides. Yeah. One or other. So, councillors, just to clarification of that comment, just for the table of reference, I was commencing on page 147 of the agenda as those conditions for consideration through to the additional new 35. So those will form the content of what we're considering today, effectively. So if there are any further queries or clarifications to those, now that we've been through a wide range of other matters.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. The question is in relation to the appropriateness of council considering the accessibility of water for firefighting purposes. Is this a condition that is within the gambit of council to decide?
Ask, is it a provision of the planning scheme?
The short answer is no. Sorry, it's a very broad question. So in regard to the design of the estate, there will need to be for fire hydrants and the like for firefighting purposes, but not necessarily storage for firefighting units and the like. So I'm not sure if that answers the question.
Well, it just begs the question of whether or not provision should be made in this development for the storage of water for firefighting purposes, because crikey, I even went to the hidden city in Beijing, and the ancient people have, provide storage for firefighting back in those days, a century to, many centuries ago. And certainly I've seen it provision in plenty of subdivisions where there's not access to town water, that tanks need to be provided for water storage for firefighting purposes. I'm just wondering whether that should be a condition of this development.
Since that time, Councillor, we've actually got reticulated water into Canungra.
And so has Beijing.
I understand that, but the question is, in the event of a drought, when there is no water in the creek, which we all know to be the case, and we've only experienced a bushfire last year, which made access to water difficult. Do we put our head in the sand and not consider this? particular aspect, and will we be held accountable in the event of a disaster when all of a sudden there's no water and they say, well, who approved this thing?
So again, officers, is there any enlightenment from the planning scheme point of view?
So the water appliances would draw water from the reticulated water. As said, QU and SecWater have an obligation to ensure there is water there. So even though the town may be on restrictions or the like, there would be a water available in the mains. The town does not run out of water. It would have water available to top up or refill fighting appliances.
Sorry, Councillor, you.
It's not a very good guaranteed supply of water, Mr. Mayor, and under the circumstances, if it's being trucked in during periods of extreme drought.
Well, Councillor, at the risk of being asked to provide something in writing, I can assure you the clarification that SecWater have provided us in their updates and briefings to us as council is that they are satisfied with their ability to provide tanker supply rather than the cost of a fixed pipeline installation for their current risk period for not being able to access adequate flows. That's the advice they've provided us and the community and demonstrated. Whilst it might be unpalatable in the minds of some people to see those tankers, that is their identified contingency for resilience of supply. And my understanding, I guess, is we need to understand where the scope of our responsibility begins and ends. That's the conversation that SecWater have had with us previously. I think Councillor West, you've been part of those conversations as well.
Look, may I talk? No?
Yes, you may.
Look, I have been, most certainly. And just to reiterate, probably about 2 months ago, SEQ Water and Urban Utilities came and spoke to the Chamber of Commerce initially, and that was exactly their message to the Chamber and for the community, was that their modelling shows that they will be able to cope with the low flows of water, but they will be tankering water in. They won't be putting, at this stage, they won't be putting a pipeline in, and they've modelled that as part of their, excuse me, their operations, and that they will also be leaving the standpipe open for people who are not in reticulated water. So that is the way they plan to do things. They actually have planned to return, and they plan to have a workshop at the weekend, but of course it was cancelled because of COVID. So they will be back to talk with the community, and that's their view on that.
Okay, so anything further pertaining to clarifications around those proposed conditions, the content of that referral before we move to GM, ask you to proceed therefore to introduce the recommendation, noting that there are now 35 listed conditions. Councillors, with your forbearance, I won't ask the GM to read every one of them verbatim.
Thank you.
However, I would ask you to articulate number 35, which has been added and not present in the report available to others. So I'll ask you to read through 1 through 3.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. The recommendation before you today is 1, that Council resolve to approve development application MCU 20/133 for material change of use in respect to the following property. Property description of Lot 6 SP 161073. The address of the property is Finch Road, Canungra. The site area is 230,500 square metres, and proposal is a retirement facility and office. 2, the currency period of approval. The currency period approval for this development approval is 6 years starting on the day that this development approval takes effect. Refer to section 85, lapsing of approval at the end of currency period of the Planning Act 2016. And 3, the conditions of approval that are listed, as Mayor said, right through to sorry, I'm just scrolling, to the new condition that has been added now, condition number 35, which is regarding building setbacks. All developments identified as Type D housing development must have at least one side setback or at least 1 metre to the lease boundary. Sorry. All dwellings identified as Type D housing development must have at least one side setback of at least 1 metre to the lease boundary at all times. Beyond that, there are other conditions, number 4, referral agencies, 5, advisory notes, 6, further approvals are required for building works, plumbing and drainage approval, 7, that the submitters be advised of the following approval, and 8, administrative action, that any decision notice be issued in accordance with Section 63 of the Planning Act 2016 to the applicants, submitters and referral agencies.
Thank you. Seek a mover. Councillor Enright, thank you. Any additional questions, councillors? Any additional points of discussion? We've had some wide-ranging ones. Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor Enright, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak to this motion and believe that this is an appropriate development of this site for Canungra and for the wider Scenicrim, because I believe it offers an additional housing diversity that we're all aware of what we need to cater for the future demands of the community. I think it also provides the opportunity for people to live in the Canungra district, which I understand at the moment is fairly difficult to get into the real estate market there. I think this offers an alternative for the over 50s segment, which in my view is a fairly important sector of the market. I think it provides a more modern design for the future of how a resort style can work in a village community. And I think from what I see, it looks like a development that provides great amenity and will fit in well with that of the Canungra community.
Councillor, I'm wishing to speak against the motion. Councillor Swamborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'll speak against the motion. For me, the definition of a retirement facility in the planning scheme is clearly of high density residential. The planning scheme clearly to me indicates that in these zones and in this township of Canungra, that high density residential is not considered. The lot sizes, which are leased areas, but there's no difference in visual amenity, and the look of this looks like any normal subdivision really. It's high density, it's in the wrong place. The social impacts of plunking this type of development in a small town is not envisaged in the planning scheme, and I believe that the assessment is inadequate in that it hasn't called for a social impact assessment to see what the impact of potentially 400 over 50s people who are in a vulnerable age group as far as we learnt this morning, as far as social well-being, mental health and physical health, demand for services or whatever. I don't think Canungra is ready for this, nor does it even have the land in the future to be able to cater for this sort of development. So I think it's, I've got no doubt that there is provision in the planning scheme for a development in Canungra of this size, but not of this intensity. It is massive. The planning scheme clearly sets out that this type of development of this intensity should really be in one of the centres, and it even wouldn't qualify to be in Tamborine Mountain under the planning scheme. it's specifically precluded of something of this size. So you're only left with Bow Desert or Boona as a centre where something of this magnitude would be acceptable under our planning scheme. You know, retirement facilities, as I said, are defined as high-density residential. We should have had a social impact assessment, and we also see that there are problems with water. We know QUU only needs to provide water for potable use into households. There's no undertaking or suggestion that they need to provide excess water for firefighting, and that is a very extreme risk for Canungra. I believe that it's going to change the character of the town for the worse. It's going to potentially import social problems with this facility. There's a lack of walking trails. There is a lack of community facilities to support these people. There's a lack of transport services. There's a lack of health services to cater for them, and the list can go on and on. So the visual amenity, I believe that the number of trees that are cut down and the scale of this thing will be a blot on the landscape. For the town of Canungra, it's going to change it forever. And I don't think that anybody's going to put their hand up and thank us when they see the extent of what's going to happen with this particular development. The assessment, strategic intent under community and character of the planning scheme says that it's suitable for low density residential, small scale commercial, low impact industrial. This is exactly the opposite. Matter of fact, this is one of the most intense developments that I've ever seen come across this table in the 3 decades that I've been associated with this particular council. Nowhere ever has developments of this magnitude been approved in a large centre, let alone a small town like Canungra. Lot sizes on average of 189 square metres. Is unacceptable. Just because it's in a different format, it still looks and feels like a normal residential subdivision. It's a way of getting around the subdivision of land, local laws, and I hope this doesn't establish a precedent that we can't maintain into the future.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to mention, obviously, this application has been assessed very stringently by the planning team and by the concurrence agencies, and have addressed the relevant aspects of the planning scheme. Some of the responses from the concurrence agents may not be what we agree with, but they are the ones who are given that job to do, and we have to go by what they recommend. There are a number of firm conditions as part of the recommendation for this approval. As I already mentioned before, the applicants did conduct extensive community consultation for many months, and they did take on board a number of the community's responses, and a couple of them were that they were initially going to have a bowls club there, but then they took that out of the application so that the residents who go to live there could join the local bowls club and be part of the community. They've also looked at the recycling of water for internal vegetation and lawns. I just want to mention that this is a new concept in housing for older residents, and we've seen it work very well in Bow Desert. It might not be for everybody, and the state is continually saying to us that as councillors that we must have an array of different housing in our communities. And I'm sure we can all look around in that area and know people who are on their own, who are living in large houses on properties, trying to manage their gardens and those sorts of things, which fits rather nicely into the social isolation item which we dealt with earlier this morning, that this will certainly be of assistance in that area. So I am happy with the recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to vote against this. Water is my big issue here. I think it's the effect that it has on the existing residents, and I think we have to take the community into account when we look at these things. Until Secwater have a sensible plan and something on the table, I think it's been the they've used too few words and haven't committed in any form moving forward. And I think we should at this point of time reject this application. And it's not saying it mightn't be right there, but until we get more secure water to help the restrictions that people are living within that town, I think we should vote against it.
Okay, Councillor, anyone else speaking for the motion? I will speak for the motion. I'll be supporting the motion. I note that there have been comments about this not conforming with certain pieces, whereas the officers have quite clearly responded that the proper considerations have been given, and some of those reference points were incorrect in relation to this proposal. I certainly would be concerned that we're trying to take on the responsibility of other agencies around the adequacy of water. SEQ Water and Urban Utilities are the ones who have a responsibility around water supply for this area. Whilst we might feel uncomfortable with it and people might not like the notion of tankered top-up, SEQ Water have demonstrated the robustness of their model and will continue to demonstrate it. And our obligation, this is a proposal that I have levels of discomfort with because it's not something that I'm familiar with. However, that's not to say that it's inappropriate. It's actually something that looks to a very common feature across many regional communities, which play an important part in their ongoing viability and mix. And as Councillor West has pointed out, the state is constantly calling on us to embrace diversity of housing opportunity in the market, and we've seen examples with some of our other footprints similar to this that play a very valuable part in the social fabric of our communities. I will be commending and supporting the motion. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Do you wish to close out discussion, Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to close out discussion. I think as a council, we should be celebrating that someone would be willing to invest to develop what I consider an appropriate alternative or diversification of housing design to cater for the future needs of our community. Fortunately, I have had some experience with the local Beaudesert Elysium village. In fact, members of my own family have been involved in living in that estate, and I know that there are great communities that are built on that estate that has brought people together by providing a community feel, a community engagement in that little community. The benefits address many of the things that were addressed in our social isolation and loneliness that we discussed earlier. I think this development provides the new and more modern design of what we have here in Beaudesert, but this one in Beaudesert has been there for 25 years, and it's been a great success and continues to grow because it provides a purpose and it provides a particular level of investment for people to come and make their home in the latter stages of their life in that important retirement age, and predominantly the people that are there are in that retirement village. They are owner-occupied, they have pride in their own home. This is not like a rental proposition. They have their own building and it's their responsibility. So I believe this really adds to the social fabric of the area. And I don't believe, as Councillor Swanborough alluded to, that it would be changing the social fabric or threatening the social fabric of Canungra. I think it would be enhancing it because it's bringing people in that valued sector of their age groups into the community. And I think this is a fantastic move for our communities of the Scenicrim, and particularly for Canungra. And I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried.
And division.
Division called by Councillor Swanborough. Those in favour? Division 2, 3, 4 and 5 and Mayor. Those against Divisions 1 and 6. We move to item 10.8, page 209 of your agendas, Councillor. Ask the GM, Council Sustainability. Thank you, officers, for your diligence in challenging times with many things on the plate, as we discussed yesterday, but thank you for focusing through the detail of these complex matters and working to provide clear answers. Much appreciated. GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.8 today seeks consideration around some proposed rates and charges concession as part of Council's commitment to providing ongoing economic stimulus to combat the impacts associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. The report's quite detailed, the take has been read, but some brief background for the listeners and the public. Following the most recent snap lockdown, Mr. Mayor, the calls were sent to local governments to see what they could provide in order to supplement existing assistance already available from the Queensland and Australian governments. Officers diligently explored these initiatives and measures that could be considered. Whilst today's considerations focuses solely on the rates and charges based initiatives, the rationale for this was that given the timing associated with the current first half levy for the 2021-22 financial year, and at the due date for the levy itself being 19th of August, we thought it was pertinent to provide these ahead of the other considerations. And on saying that, officers are continuing to prepare the additional economic stimulus measures for tabling and consideration at an upcoming meeting. Further to this, Mr. Mayor, it should be noted that from the onset of the COVID impacts, we have seen the ongoing resilience of the Scenicrim community and local businesses, and this has certainly stood out. And this is especially in the light of the compounding natural disasters that were also experienced. And whilst this resilience may indicate that these concessions being considered, they may have little impact on the bulk, it is prudent still for Council to continue to be socially responsible in offering these so that may be genuinely in need of this assistance. At the same time, it should be said, Mr. Mayor, that we'd like to acknowledge those that continue to meet their rates obligations and are unaffected, as Council is very fortunate to be a direct beneficiary of this resilience and certainly appreciative how this has in part allowed Council to maintain a business as usual manner in providing key Council services. That's a bit of an intro. The report outlines what some of the considerations have been tabled. I will acknowledge Rates Team Leader Melissa Quast being in the room should we have any queries pertaining, but I'll take the reports being read, Mr. Mayor, and certainly open to providing further clarification.
Thank you, GM. Councillors, you've seen this report. Are there further points of clarification? Again, just echoing that this is only dealing with the very time-sensitive matters around rates that, and probably I'll open the questions if I may. GM, how similar are these provisions to what we put in place last year facing a similar circumstance?
They are quite similar in the intent of what they're trying to provide, Mr. Mayor. We certainly, with the ongoing changes and recognition that the Queensland Government has allowed extensions of the COVID-inspired changes to legislation, allowing councils to reconsider or resetting budget parameters when we originally set budget. Ordinarily, councils, you'd be aware that once council set a budget, that was the budget. Under the provisions associated with COVID, council is able to, under extraordinary circumstances, consider the changing of some parameters if the onset of those. These concessions, Mr. Mayor, generally, extending the discount. The differing from that is the previous offering that we did provide was a two-tier discount, being 5% for those paid within 31 days of issue, and then following that a 3% discount, which was following 62 payments of accounts within 62 days of rates issued. But the slight difference in this is that the extension of the due date effectively means that the 5% discount was applicable up till 61 days of the due discount due date.
Thank you. Councillors, further questions? Councillor Enright?
Probably just a clarification of the point regarding the ability through the COVID restrictions to enable us to amend the revenue statement. That originally had a time limit, maybe 30 June. That was extended again by the state government. Yeah, great, thank you.
That's correct.
Sorry, just for completeness, 30 June 21, but it's been opened up for a further 12-month period. Without the year, it doesn't have context as a date. Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Councillor Swanborough, do you have a question, or you just got your mic on? Thanks.
Just another question, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
Does the activation of the extraordinary circumstances allow the inclusion of commercial properties in addition to the policy's residential properties?
That's correct. As contained in our financial hardship policy, it's up to council to determine. We do have extraordinary circumstances, but it was recommended that council defined what that is. Otherwise, it's left to the officer's discretion. And by nature of the one of the points in the recommendation there was to extend to all properties, and that's inclusive of residential, and the policy itself clearly is open to residential, but the amendment in the recommendation is to extend to all rateable properties within the dot point 4 of item 2.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Enright again.
Yes. Could I just ask what the process would be for any of the ratepayers to follow?
I guess the simple one off the bat. Thanks, Councillor Enright, for the question. The simple one off the bat is that initially, if you are a ratepayer that has outstanding amounts, the automatic suspension of the rates is applicable. Now, if you are affected by the impacts of COVID and are able to demonstrate that in an application where you require further time or extension or come up with a suitable payment arrangement, then you would apply through the officers, and the officers would be able to provide the necessary application form to assess the circumstances and then provide an ongoing commitment for that repayment schedule. But the immediate action would be the suspension of any interest being applied on outstanding.
Can I just perhaps unpack that from a process point of view with clarity, perhaps from relevant officer? There is an existing process for paperwork and process for people to make that point of contact and application. What this does is provide additional avenues for that to be applied to. So it's not a new process to apply, which I think was the point I might have interpreted from Councillor Enright, was the clarity. There's an existing process that people make contact and go through the process. There is an application process already in place. This just opens up additional provisions.
That's exactly correct, Mr. Mayor. It's the activation of the impacts of COVID now as being defined as extraordinary circumstance.
Thank you. Was that really what you were looking for, Councillor? For the listeners to understand. So any other questions? Councillors, then if not, any comments to add? The content of this? Ask that you introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that 1, pursuant to section 94B of the Local Government Act 2009, Council make the extraordinary decision to amend the Revenue Statement 2021-2022 with the following changes. That applicable for the rates and charges issued on 19 July 2021, levied for the period 1 July to 31st December 2021, that where eligible, the discount of 5% is applied on general rates where full payment is received within 60 days from the due date of from date of issue shown on the rates notice. That applicable for rates and charges issued on 19 July 2021, levied for the period 1 July to 31st December 2021, that any objections to rate category must be in writing and received by council within 60 days of the rate notice being issued. And 2, as per council's financial hardship policy, council delegate authority to the chief executive officer to activate under the extraordinary circumstances measures the following concessions: the suspension of charging interest on overdue rates and charges, that the suspension of charging interest is applied through until 31st December 2021 inclusive, that council suspends debt recovery action on accounts where there are no current legal proceedings in place, that the above concessions are extended to all rateable properties within the Scenic Rim. 3, council delegate authority to the chief executive officer to undertake any actions required to give effect to the rates and charges concessions. And 4, council be provided a report on the progress of these concessions by 30 November 2021 to allow for future considerations.
Thank you. Councillors, we have a recommendation. I seek a mover. Councillor Enright, thank you. Any additional questions? Seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Wish to speak, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I think back to 12 or 15 months back, and the world was in a time of uncertainty. I think we have weathered the storm well, but it's always difficult to understand where the ongoing impacts are on our ratepayers. I think this is a very socially responsible position that enables a little bit of flexibility for cash flow for our residents, for our ratepayers, and I'm delighted that it includes other ratepayers in that non-residential area, rural and our commercial, that enables them to make use of an extra 30 days or thereabouts to assist them through this challenging time, and delighted that it will give them just a little bit of buffer to assist to handle their cash flows as appropriate in this time.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That's carried unanimously. We'll be able to get that information out to the community. Thank you for the work on that, very much to your officers. Councillors, we have one matter left on our agenda today, which is a confidential matter pertaining to a request from the Tamborine Mountain Sports Association to access Council's Sporting Infrastructure Fund. It's proposed to be closed under section 254J3C. I seek a motion to move into closed. Councillor McGuinness.
Can I ask why it's considered confidential?
Because it deals with budgetary matters, financial matters, and we can move to release the contents when we complete the discussion.
Then is there a need to have it confidential if we're going to release it?
So councillor, we can make a decision of what parts of a report to release once we've had the discussion. But it's a budget matter, so it complies with the requirement as a budgetary matter to be dealt with and closed.
Just a point of clarification, Mr Mayor. I believe that Councillor McConnell is right in what he's saying. I don't know how many times we've got to go through this. It seems like the concept of this doesn't seem to sink in, but you know, this is nothing to do with budget. This is to do with expenditure. This money was approved, I understand, in a budget many years ago now, and it's been carried forward for a number of years. And there's no provision to close a meeting just because you're going to spend money. Matter of fact, it's in the interest of transparency and open decision making that people understand, you know, how we derive decisions in relation to expenditure. This is not about the budget, and therefore I believe it'd be ultra vires to go in to closed session under these circumstances.
Do you have that advice in writing? Do you have that advice in writing? Because every time we provide you advice...
Absolutely irrelevant, Mr Mayor. Yeah.
Every time...
Absolutely irrelevant.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm simply asking the question. You want us to... You keep using particular terms. We've gone through an assessment against a governance process about does this comply. I'll ask the GM, Council Sustainability, or whomever, from a governance point of view to clarify, please.
Mr. Mayor, it does relate to a budget, so there is consideration to close it under that. One of the aspects that was ratified previously that we just haven't come back to council with that about budgets relating to future budgets. That's, you know, and unfortunately we haven't come back to council, but we have got advice from the department that it doesn't, the legislation doesn't aim to identify budget as being future budget. It's any of council budget that can be closed under that reference.
So you have that written advice, do you?
Yes.
Could we have that look at that?
That's what I just explained. We've only just recently got it. I think it was last week, and we intend to bring that to council to close a couple of those other matters out.
So what are you saying? Are you saying is it a future budget, or the adopted budget? We can, how we spend the money can always be in closed session.
So I was just clarifying that previous matters raised where under this particular section where budget was included, that it only referred to future budgets, was incorrect. That was, I believe that related to a capital works reporting matter, and that we saw clarity, and we've got that.
Did you get that from the Department of Local Government or from council solicitors?
From both. We do have a letter from the Department of Local Government as well, signed by the Director General, I believe. But we will provide that in a future. But
yeah, I'd like to see that as soon as possible.
Certainly, Councillor, and given some of the statements in the past, once that's tabled, I'm sure you'll be happy to perhaps apologise for some of the prior statements, but I still ask...
There's no need to apologise for anything, Mr Mayor.
Well, certainly some of the statements you made in the past, Councillor, but can we deal with that on another day? We have a matter before us. We have a motion proposed. Councillor McConnell asked a question before we had moved to a seconder. We have a motion by Councillor McGuinness. The question's been addressed, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor West, thank you. Put a motion to take this matter into closed session to then return to and decide in that terms what to release as a result of that. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, the motion's carried. Division noted. Those in favour, Divisions 3, 4, 5, 6 and Mayor. Those against, Division 1 and 2. To those in the gallery, I am optimistic that this will be completed by 2:30 as a discussion, and we'll be back into open forum. Thank you for your patience with the length of our agenda today, and we will return shortly. Thank you. Welcome back to those very patient people in the digital gallery. My estimate of us only taking 20 minutes again fell short. The complexities that we had to discuss were greater than I'd originally assessed. GM, we have a recommendation before us today. I'm just conscious that we probably need to provide some explanation in light of the context of the heading under which we entered confidential. We should provide clarity that we've only been able to reach an outcome on one part of that today, of what was part of this matter today, and that there will be a further consideration that needs to come forward. So the recommendation that's about to be presented for those in the gallery may not seem to have a total correlation to the heading, but that's because there were multiple parts that were discussed, and there is further discussion needed on one of those components before we can finalise that matter, and that has a number of both budget and commercial sensitivities that need to be addressed. So I hope that I'm just providing that context for those who didn't enjoy the prior discussion and would wonder how this heading gets to this recommendation. GM, please introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor, for that introduction. The recommendation before us for item 11.1 is that 1, Council endorse the allocation of $270,000 for the provision of additional scope to the Guysman Oval Public Amenities Project, and that this will be ratified with an in-principle support for inclusion in the September 2021 budget review. And 2, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenicrim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM03.01 PR.01, Council released the paragraphs of the ordinary meeting confidential agenda report pertaining to the additional scope of the Guysman Oval Public Amenities Project.
Councillor Swamborough has moved. Any questions to clarify to this, councillors? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Any wish to speak, councillor?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak against this motion. Council have been long following a strategy to provide the correct delivery of sports infrastructure for our region. We are yet to see that as a council, and but we all realise that there are certain areas in our community that are requiring funds to be spent on sporting infrastructure. I don't believe that this allocation of funds at this stage is appropriate. I'm not saying that this allocations of funds is not appropriate, but at this time. So I can't support this motion.
Someone else wishing to speak in support of the motion? I will speak in support of the motion, just to the point that when the part 2 of the motion is able to be enacted, there'll be a better understanding, but the realisation of being able to capitalise on what is publicly known grant funding to deliver an upgraded, modern, compliant amenity has encountered some challenges with the consultation phase, identifying some previously unknown utilisation that needs to be maintained. And to satisfy that need in community, whilst it's not through the normal strategic window we desire, is nonetheless essential for us to address on this occasion. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Swanbury, you wish to close? No. Those in favour? Those against? Division called by Councillor Enright. Those in favour, Division 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 and Mayor. Those against, Division 4. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to those who patiently followed us through the digital gallery today. That has been an extensive set of conversations. Clearly we have a large range of challenging items, a lot of things we'd love to do and we are doing and are achieving. Thank you again to all the officers who prepared and worked through this today. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to the executive team. Thank you to the digital gallery. We look forward to you joining us on the next occasion of our ordinary meeting. Until then, I bid you good day.